for it in the early stages of the pandemic. International efforts to develop safe and effective vaccines moved at speed, and by July 2020 there were more than 170 COVID-19 vaccine development programs underway. Significant funding was invested in vaccine development. Manufacturing processes were developed in parallel with clinical trials to ensure production could be scaled up quickly, and phases of clinical trials were run concurrently with thousands of willing volunteers. The result was that a process that normally takes many years was able to happen in less than a year, with none of the usual steps being missed. The expert view that vaccination offered the best way out of ongoing lockdowns and other strict public health measures was given to government by its experts in August 2020. New Zealand purchased 5 COVID-19 vaccines: Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Janssen, Novavax and Moderna. They were based on different technologies. The Pfizer and Spikevax Moderna vaccines are mRNA vaccines. The body uses the mRNA contained in these vaccines to build copies of the distinctive spike proteins, not the whole virus, found on the surface of the COVID virus. If the vaccinated person is later exposed to COVID, their immune system recognises the spike proteins as foreign and attacks the virus. And many doses can be produced more quickly with this type of vaccine than others using more traditional methods. So the Pfizer vaccine was approved in New Zealand in February 2021, and we'll take you back to that time.
Good afternoon. So as announced by the Prime Minister today, MedSafe formally gazetted a decision to grant provisional consent or approval for the use of Comirnaty, which is the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine here in New Zealand. So this was a carefully considered decision, and it was made following a robust assessment, which routinely we use here at MedSafe. We needed to be assured that the vaccine was safe and effective in a New Zealand setting, and that the vaccine was manufactured to a high quality. We have determined that this is the case. So I wanted to give you a brief overview of the approval process and the data we've been assessing to make our decision. So we've been working with Pfizer for a number of months now, and we started receiving some data back in November. We streamlined our assessment process. So instead of receiving a huge chunk of data right at the end, we allowed the companies to provide us with rolling submissions of data. So as the data was available, they could send it to us and we could start assessing it. And what this meant was we could streamline our assessment process, but it didn't compromise the rigor of our review or the requirements that we needed to ensure were met. And this is the same as we will be doing for all of the COVID vaccines. So it's important that people understand we have not cut any corners in the assessment along the way while we worked to make a decision. So there are 3 key aspects that we assessed. The first is clearly important is efficacy. How effective is this vaccine? And this is determined by results from clinical studies and information that we've received from the manufacturer, for instance, from Pfizer, from their clinical trials. Second key component is safety. Also very important, and this is received both from clinical studies, but also New Zealand has been in a fortunate position where we've been able to learn from other countries who have already started vaccinating their populations and receiving data regularly from our regulatory partners overseas, from countries that have administered millions of doses of their vaccine. We then took all the data together and you effectively do what's called a benefit risk assessment, looking at the benefits of the vaccine and any risks, such as side effects or unknown risks.
So I'm just going to talk briefly now about a number of the structures that were set up within the health system and within government to monitor the COVID vaccine once the rollout began. There was already a vaccine safety surveillance and research group within the National Immunisation Programme. there was already a system called CALM for the reporting of adverse effects managed out of Otago University in Dunedin. A group called the COVID-19 Vaccine Technical Advisory Group was established to provide science advice. There was a Health Ministry Science and Technical Advisory to help the CV Technical Advisory Group. Their job is to systemically conduct and update reviews of the international evidence on the safety and effectiveness of the vaccines, and they give that advice to the Technical Advisory Group, which then provides advice to the Director General of Health and the Director of the Vaccine Program. There was also an independent safety monitoring board set up, established in February 2021 to provide expert advice on the safety of the vaccines to the Centre for Adverse Reactions Monitoring, which is CALM, as I mentioned earlier, to MedSafe and to the program and to the ministry. Now, the World Health Organization sets out how such an independent committee should be set up. That happened in this case. There were expert members from a wide variety of health disciplines. There was a layperson, there was Maori representation, Pacifica representation, and that was a committee that met every 3 to 4 weeks during the COVID rollout to discuss adverse events that had been reported. If there was a death that was thought might be attributable to the vaccine, then that was discussed. They held emergency meetings when they had to. There was common membership or cross-membership between the Technical Advisory Group and the Independent Monitoring Board, so everybody knew what everybody else was talking about, the information they were receiving, and the advice that they were giving. And ultimately, both those groups provide advice on the risk-benefit ratio of the vaccines, so safety is carefully considered across a variety of experts. And MedSafe and the Vaccine Safety Surveillance and Research Group worked closely to monitor the safety of the vaccine and to attempt a timely response to any concerns. There was close communication with the Coronial Services Unit, collating deaths reported to both the CALM unit and to Coronial Services where the person had received a vaccine. So there were many interlocking agencies and boards focused on vaccine safety to support the Pfizer vaccine rollout. There was surveying done of people after their vaccinations, and some of you may have received the text. You are likely to have heard that also in early 2021, overseas, indications were that myocarditis and pericarditis, cardiac conditions, became known as a possible and then confirmed adverse side effect of the Pfizer vaccine. The group more likely to be affected is younger men, maybe after their second vaccination, and later in 2021, the safety information was updated to advise people to get medical help if they noticed any of the symptoms that can indicate myocarditis or pericarditis. There is research showing that most myocarditis, with or without COVID, appears in younger men, and that it is up to 15 times more likely in young men with COVID than without COVID. So there were and continue to be many complicated factors in the ongoing benefit-risk analysis. Many people and groups became concerned about adverse effects that were or were thought might be associated with the vaccine, and you will hear from 3 people or groups on that topic today. You will also hear from a group concerned that others were putting out incorrect information about adverse effects and about the vaccine and the steps that group took in response to their beliefs. We will also be hearing more about vaccine mandates, the term that we use for when you had to have the mandate to go to work, or you had to be you had to have the vaccine to go to work, or you had to be vaccinated to go where you wanted to go in society. You'll hear more of the increasing frustrations that people were expressing about that and about their competing rights to freedom of movement. There will be questions asked of the groups about how some groups consider government should weigh the need and duty to provide a public health response in a pandemic time against the rights of individuals. Before we hear those witnesses, we will view videos from 3 people who made submissions about vaccine use or adverse effects to the inquiry. And they are Anna Negro, Chelsea Norman, and Sean Leach. After those videos are played, the first witness will be Linda Wharton, who is the founder of the Health Forum, and she will be here in person, and her evidence will begin after the videos. Thank you.
Kia ora, my name's Anna. I'm a 31-year-old mother of 1 living in Wakefield, Aotearoa, New Zealand, which is also where I was living during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. I have congenital heart failure and am a high blood clot risk, which is why I was particularly frightened when I first heard about COVID-19 and its complications with blood clotting. So I have a malfunction on my myosin 7, which has ended up with me having left ventricular non-compaction cardiomyopathy, which is where my left ventricle doesn't compact as well because the fibers are built quite brittle. And it also means I have quite a lot of spongy tissue with trabeculation, which are like channels that blood gets caught in and coagulates and causes blood clots. It's not great. And I feel really lucky that we have such a great medical system that's taking care of me. Because I have a heart condition and COVID affects your cardiovascular system, my medical team was really nervous about me catching it. So I felt really lucky that they were even considering my well-being during a global pandemic. And they put me, they were contacting me, letting me know when the vaccinations were available, where to go. I feel really lucky and valued. I guess in general, I was blown away at how consistent the messaging was. I feel like there was even a whole design campaign, the yellow and white stripes, the information was coming from trusted channels. I felt like I could turn on the news to the press briefings, with Ashley Bloomfield or Jacinda Ardern, and I knew I was getting good information, and the information was consistent with what my medical team was telling me. Which again makes me feel really lucky because I know there was so much going on online and not every country had such a straightforward, cohesive messaging system. So being with a medical condition, I was top of the list for getting vaccinations. So I got a call from my GP telling me where they were available and what times I could go get them. And it was really easy. I just went into the Richmond pop-up COVID vaccination centre. They were doing lots of testing and stuff at our local facility, but I think at the time the vaccinations were mostly being done at these pop-up centres. But it all went so quickly. My partner and my daughter, not being at risk, weren't at the top of the list, so they did have to wait a while. But yeah, it was just great just having it right there and ready. I was told right away. Yeah, I think it was really easy to go get. So my first vaccination experience was didn't go the way I was expecting. I was actually so excited because to me, at the time, we were not quite sure at the efficiency of the vaccine, like the effectiveness. We thought it might be like a polio vaccine, you get 3 doses and you're good for life. So I'm thinking, hey, this is my pass back into the wider society. I won't have to worry about anything. I go in and I'm super jazzed. And when they put it in, it was like any other vaccine except for I started to feel it. Like if you've ever had a CAT scan or an MRI, I could like feel it. And at the time, this was my first mRNA vaccine, and I'm not sure how different they are. I didn't even think about how it should have just been in my muscles. So I'm like, oh, maybe it feels different. I'm like, wow, that's cool. I'd never felt something like that. And as it started to come back up towards my chest, I got like a rash and like, I think it was really low blood. I felt like I was going to pass out. I felt like weird taste. Like I felt really, really bad. And then obviously they were a bit nervous because that's not supposed to happen, and had me lay down and were taking my blood pressure, taking my vital stuff, called my partner. I was really scared when I realized that was not going well. I talked with my GP. They were looking into maybe a different vaccination like AstraZeneca, but the blood clot risk, I think, was higher or something. So they put me into the central system where there was like an adverse reactions like group watching stuff. And they set up an appointment for me at the hospital with other people who had had either vaccine hesitancy or adverse reactions and needed a little bit extra observance. they talked me all through it because I knew I was super nervous because I wasn't sure if it was going to happen again. Now we know that it was probably hitting a capillary, so I just had them do the little back pull each time. And everything's gone smooth since. I do still have to wait 30 minutes instead of 15 for all my jabs now, but it's not so bad because I really like my pharmacist and he's nice to talk to, so it's fine. I think we really set an example for the world. I mean, there are studies that say we might have saved about 20,000 lives with our elimination response in the beginning, allowing people like me to get vaccinated before throwing us to the wolves. Most countries didn't do that, and it makes me feel so valued, and it has allowed me to continue living because you never know what could have happened if I didn't get vaccinated and ended up with COVID and having those complications. And now I'm still here. I'm healthy enough to be volunteering in my community, working, having a family, I feel really lucky. And I think it shows that at the time, the government we had really valued people over anything else. I mean, it was a really harsh cutoff. They cut off everything, and it was such a big, strong decision that they made without hesitancy because it was valuing life over anything else. They figured, well, we'll deal with other things as they come up. But right now, the most important thing to them was saving people. And I just feel so lucky. New Zealand should remember how much it means to people in the community to be valued and to have that consistent messaging. I think they did such a great job of having it clear and concise where the information's coming from, who to look for new information, and having all of it consistent across every region in New Zealand. You could visit places when we, were free to roam and know what their local rules were because there were signs everywhere. It was great. And I think that should be repeated for any major disaster we have at all, pandemic to, serious earthquakes. Having streamlined communication channels was key. I mean, that was game changing. I also think we just need to keep listening to experts. I think we did the best with the information we had at the time. I think now that we know how the vaccines, how it needs to be re-administered constantly, like a flu shot, there might have been some differences around who was required to get them versus who, just needs to stay home a bit longer and wait it out till people like me are able to get them. I think overall, though, they did the best they could with the information they have. And if we keep the base of that game and just alter it depending on, whatever new disease comes our way, I think we'll keep saving lives and we'll keep having a productive workforce because of it.
My name is Chelsea Norman. I live in Wanaka. I am Amanda's big sister, who the story is ultimately about, who passed away. Our last conversation was, okay, love you, sis, good night. And then it was about almost exactly 12 hours later, I received a text from Amanda's friend Dean, who was with her at the time, to call him immediately, and which I did. And I could hear the absolute panic in his voice, and I knew something was very wrong with my little sister. So I immediately drove to her house, and when I arrived at Amanda's house, there was a couple of ambulances outside, a couple of police cars, also a fire engine. And I thought to myself, something's very wrong here. Obviously, I didn't realize at the time Amanda was in cardiac arrest in her bedroom, and I just assumed I'd be able to go in there, and waited in the kitchen and just in quite spirits that someone would come out to me that she was stable when I could go and see my sister. Instead, the opposite happened, and a paramedic came out to me and apologized and said we did everything we could. And obviously I was just in a world of shock, had no idea what had happened. So that was the morning of her passing. The rest of the day, obviously, unraveled. The police were there. I got questioned. And one of the questions the police officer asked me was your sister vaccinated? Which I didn't really think too much about at the time. It all happened very quickly. Still, in my mind, not knowing the magnitude of what had actually just happened. Firstly, Amanda was dead against getting the vaccine. She did not want it. She didn't know it was in it. She wasn't educated about, there was just a whole lot of speculation about the vaccine. She didn't let her children get it for that reason. Ben and Sophie. She then had to succumb because she needed to keep working. She needed a job. She was a solo mum. She needed to pay her bills, and the only way she could keep a job or get a job was to be, from the government mandates, was to be vaccinated. So it was December of 2021 that she had her first jab, end of December. Had her first jab, and immediately she had side effects, heart racing, a very painful, the arm that she had her vaccine, very, very sore, and just a general like feeling unwell. But then obviously she had to get the next one so she could get back into the workforce and support her children and pay her rent, pay for food. And she did. And then that was in January. And then 17 days later, on the 4th of February, she died suddenly from cardiac arrest. I was the one doing all the chasing with the coroner just to get some results from Amanda's pathology, because I received Amanda's pathology results September 2022, which is not anything I'd wish upon any sibling to have to deal with. Through that, I then contacted the coroner at the time, the office, and just basically wanted what was in the pathology report to be documented on her death certificate. And I just kept getting fobbed off, I suppose. That's how I felt. I was doing all the chasing. I was asking all the questions and just getting nowhere with the coroner's office at all. And then it was December 18th, 2024. So this was 5 days before Christmas, a couple of months before Amanda's 3rd year anniversary that she had passed. Received an email from Coroner Steele's office informing us of the next steps into Amanda's cause of death. The coroner's office stated that a formal inquiry will not be opened, and this is because Amanda's death appears to be of natural causes. So you can imagine I was just absolutely kicked in the guts, thinking this is almost 3 years later. They're now going to tell me and my family that it was down to natural causes, when we already had all the pathology results. We had what had been stated. So made contact with the coroner's office, and then lo and behold, on the 8th of January 2025, I received an apology from the coroner's court. And on the 13th of January, I received a response from Coroner Steele's office stating the final findings and the exact cause of Amanda's death. Just so we know that Amanda's cause of death was myocarditis as a direct result of the Pfizer vaccine. Sorry, I didn't say that. So that's what we have documented on her death certificate, which I finally received on the 20th of March 2025, 3 years after her death. I guess long term is that Amanda's children, Ben and Sophie, don't have their mum here, and they have to navigate life as we all do without their mum. And Amanda was the best mum, the most caring mum, the most kind mum, the most giving mum. And so long term, it's those kids that don't get to have their mum a part of their lives, that they've gone through their teenage years without her. She can't be an auntie to my children, who are like her children. My brothers and sisters don't get to have their sister at events. That is the long-term effect. Like, I don't care about too much other stuff. It's just the loss, the missing out, the sadness. And I guess that's the long term. And financially, they don't have a mum to support them. Financially, when they get into, student loans and just all the basic stuff of growing up, I guess. So yeah, that's, I guess, the long term is that we don't have our sister. They don't have their mum. My kids don't have their auntie. And my parents don't have their daughter. Something must be done so this never happens again. Nothing will bring our sister back, our mum, our daughter, our auntie, or our cousin. She will never be brought back. And the fact that her children, Ben and Sophie, don't get to have their mum here when she should be here, 100%. And this is all because we were all told that it was safe. And just no one has been held responsible. There's been no compassion or human decency given to our family, let alone the thousands of families that haven't been recognised. And yeah, I just want to thank you for taking the time to hear our story. And just want my little sister to rest in peace.
So my name is Sean Leach, and I'm a person living with a disability. I have a chronic illness, and during the pandemic, I was needing to get an exemption, a medical vaccine exemption, and I was unable to do so. And instead, I was banned from society and treated like an outcast. So I have ME/CFS, which is an abbreviation of myalgic encephalomyelitis chronic fatigue syndrome. And it is a what they call a neuroimmune disease. And basically, I have a dysfunctional immune system, and it's been suspected that my illness was triggered by a vaccine injury as a child. Due to my health and sort of my history with vaccine injury as a child, I decided to sort of wait until the vaccine had been rolled out for quite a number of months, sort of evaluating whether to take it or not. I did my due diligence with researching it. There was quite a lot of information within the ME community around people with ME/CFS, their reactions to the vaccine, and so there was quite a lot of information about it, and so I sort of researched in that way. I listened to ME/CFS specialists, as well as sort of information that was put out by the ME associations, both in New Zealand and internationally. And I also researched the vaccine itself. I sort of went through the Pfizer clinical trials. So I did kind of a very extensive research on my own accord. And then I also spoke to my doctor, and basically it became kind of clear that a kind of large minority of people with ME/CFS were having adverse effects from it. They were often getting long-term relapses from the vaccine, and sort of around about sort of 20 to 25% of people with ME/CFS were having bad, these long-term effects from it. And so, so together with that information, with the information from the specialists and talking to my doctor, and also with my past history of vaccine injury as a child, I decided not to get vaccinated, and I do feel like it was a good decision not to do so. Initially, I thought for sure that I was going to be able to obtain a vaccine exemption, just given my history and the situation with ME. It just seemed kind of like a no-brainer that I was going to be able to get one. I spoke to my doctor about it, and she basically said straight out that I was not going to be able to, that I didn't fulfill the criteria, that there was very strict criteria for the exemptions, and that almost no one was able to get one. Basically, the process was stopped quite short. It was stopped short, sort of even from the get-go. I didn't really have any long-term physical sort of effects for not getting vaccinated. I've had COVID twice. The first time I had it, I did get quite sick, but I recovered within a couple of weeks. And then the second time I had COVID, it was kind of very mild, and I think I recovered within a few days. That hadn't been the experience. There had been people within the ME/CFS community that did get quite sick from COVID and took a very long time to recover. So there were sort of mixed experiences within the ME community. Initially, I was kind of on board with what the government were doing when they introduced the first lockdowns, and I was complying with everything. But just with the situation, with the exemptions, I just lost all trust. So I think that was kind of the main long-term effect. It was certainly an interesting experience being an immediate outcast with, when the vaccine passes were brought in. Yeah, and sort of not being able to be part of society. I think it's kind of an important part of being disabled is, and having a chronic illness is being able to be part of society when we're able to. And so I think it was quite a strange experience being excluded from society. Being able to sort of go and sit in the cafe and be around people is quite an important quality of life aspect for me. And so yeah, it was a strange experience, sort of the effects of these policies on sort of people in my kind of situation, the people that were vulnerable with disabilities, with chronic illnesses. I think it was very disappointing to me to sort of see that happen. One of the things we should learn from the pandemic is sort of the importance of sort of personal medical rights and freedoms, because otherwise we can kind of see, I think my cases and the people with ME/CFS, their cases are sort of a good example of what can go wrong when these things are ignored. Yeah, I mean, also I just wanted to say also that I think that it's also very important for government officials not to be involved in the process of medical decisions, that it should be between the individual and their doctor, and that the government health officials should be kind of excluded from that process. I would hope that in future pandemics that relationship between the doctor and the patient is respected, and that the patient is able to make the final decision without government intervention.
Commissioners, good morning again. We're now going to be joined by Linda Wharton, the founder of the Health Forum NZ, and Linda today is supported by her husband, Craig Blackwood. Linda, I'll start by asking you to introduce yourself to the Commissioners.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity of being here today. I really appreciate it. Is my mic turned on? Okay. My name is Linda Wharton. My professional past is that I've had a dual career. I'm now officially retired from the clinical career. I was a registered traditional Chinese acupuncturist and naturopath for 35 years, and I owned and operated a very busy holistic women's health clinic where over the course of my career, I estimate I had 60,000 consultations with women from all walks of life in New Zealand. My parallel career to that is I was a health researcher and freelance journalist for multiple publications, magazines and newspapers in New Zealand and Australia. And I'm the author of 3 holistic women's health books, all of which are now out of print. That was quite a few years ago. So that's my background before the COVID years.
Thank you. And is it right that you therefore don't have a particular specialty in infectious diseases or vaccines?
No, I don't. No, not at all.
But is it right that from your journalism role, you had a particular interest in looking at and watching the development of the vaccine of COVID when that began in 2021?
Very much so. I mean, health and well-being has been my vocation and my passion for my whole adult life. And in my role as a journalist, I researched and wrote about several traditional vaccines. I wrote about flu vaccines, HPV, Gardasil vaccine, shingles, and MMR. And so because of that research and writing for mainstream publications, I had a fairly good idea of what was involved in the development of a traditional vaccine and the time frame that was required for that.
And you've described seeing that you, from your perspective, saw red flags in that approval process for the Pfizer vaccine. I wonder if you can explain your concerns about
Certainly.
that process.
So in that first year before the mRNA products arrived in New Zealand, especially at the beginning of 2020, I watched with great interest the development, the warp speed development of the new vaccines. I tend to call them injectables because there's a definition issue around that, but we'll call them vaccines in this space just for ease. And as I watched the process and I realised that we were going to go from the discovery of a novel pathogen, the likes of which had never been seen before, we were going from the discovery of that to injections in arms in exactly 12 months. That was a red flag for me because that is unprecedented. For a traditional vaccine, a 5-year development period is warp speed, and many of them have taken 10 years. So I found that alarming, and then when I became aware that the two front runners for the global rollout were using an mRNA platform, that was a red flag for me because in that 2020 year, I spent a lot of time as an investigative journalist researching mRNA and lipid nanoparticles, both of which are in the Pfizer product. And what I came to realize was that there had been a history of 30 to 40 years with the medical development of mRNA trying to create a product that was safe and effective to be used at population scale unsuccessfully. And instead, the mRNA products that have been used have been very small scale, usually individualized medicine for people with otherwise terminal illnesses, severe cancers, where the risk-benefit profile was such that why wouldn't you take it in spite of any known risks, because you're going to die anyway. So that was the history, the medical use history. The same with lipid nanoparticles. They'd never been used in a population-wide rollout of any medical product because they too have a long history of problems with immunogenicity and chronic inflammatory problems. So the fact that both of those are previously unused, for a population rollout, the fact that both of those products were in the one injection was a red flag for me. So the other red flags with the actual Pfizer trial that was used to authorise the community mRNA product that's used in New Zealand. This trial, the vaccine arm only injected 23,000 people, which obviously is not enough. It's not a big enough population sample to detect rare, serious adverse events. So I knew that a lot of the data collection would be in the form of post-marketing surveillance, what happens when it's actually used in people. That was a red flag too. I've got more. Do you want me to go on?
We'll keep moving at the moment, if that's all right. So it's fair to say that you were concerned about the speed at which it had been developed and about the use of these technologies that hadn't been used at that scale and in this way before, and
yes.
that made you alarmed. And just as I note that in your submission, you also note feeling frustrated that these concerns weren't being discussed widely. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, it was my expectation, because I'm not an immunologist, a virologist, I'm not a scientist with a PhD, I was certain that when it was New Zealand's time to roll out this product, that there would be a community-wide conversation where experts would stand up and talk about the kind of issues that I was concerned about. The other red flag for me was that I was looking at the pharmacovigilance data from countries that rolled out ahead of us, in particular America and UK, the yellow card system and the American VARS system. And right from the beginning, they were recording serious adverse events in their databases. And the nature of the serious adverse events and the scope, the variety of them, was a red flag for me.
Thank you. And can you tell us then how these concerns led to you developing and founding the Health Forum New Zealand?
Yeah. So I started to say that I expected that there would be a conversation when the product arrived in New Zealand and the scientists would start discussing some of the concerns that I also had. And then when it arrived, and I very quickly became aware that this wasn't going to happen and that there was actually just going to be one messaging around the use of the injectables, and that was safe and effective. And not only was that only the one messaging, but any voices outside of that were rapidly quashed. I became very frustrated because I believed that in order for New Zealanders to make a fully informed decision about taking a novel injectable approved, only provisionally approved with very short-term data, 2 months of data, I believe New Zealanders needed more information for their own personal informed consent. And because I'm a writer and investigative journalist, I decided to start a page on Facebook to start sharing some of the emerging preprint science and the pharmacovigilance data from around the world, and some of the early expert voices that were starting to speak out in other countries.
Can I just interrupt you and,
Sure.
and ask what you mean when you say preprint science?
Oh, okay. So papers that have been written but haven't yet been peer reviewed. So because often the peer review process is long and
Yes.
difficult.
Thank you.
But so authors publish their science, their papers at the beginning, and then wait for that preprint process. So I just started a Facebook group with the intention of sharing some of the things I was coming across. And I thought maybe 1,000 people, maybe 1,000 or 2,000 people in New Zealand might be interested. And do you want me to say what actually happened?
Yes, tell us about the
Health
members.
Forum.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what actually happened was very quickly I became known as the only place in New Zealand that was really discussing the other side of the story. And of course, when we started our rollout, because of the nature of the product, Pfizer themselves expected a 1.2% serious adverse event rate. That was what was demonstrated in the clinical trial. With rolling out tens and then hundreds of thousands of doses a week, we rapidly started to see the serious adverse events occurring in New Zealand. They had nowhere to go. They heard about the Health Forum, and they started flooding into our group, the Health Forum. And so rapidly I went from expecting that I would have a fairly cerebral analytical space to preprint science, to becoming once again holding space for sick, injured people, which I'd done for 35 years in my career. We were a closed group. We moderated it very, very tightly. We kept it as a safe space. And we existed for 9 months before we were deplatformed at an unprecedented time in New Zealand and global history, where any voice, any messaging around vaccine harm was censored out of existence. Nothing could cause vaccine hesitancy. So we did manage to last 9 months, and then we were deplatformed.
Can I just pause you for a second
yeah, sure.
and say, so you grew to the membership, and I think you might not have mentioned, but it was over 50,000. 58,000 members, and these were people that were concerned about the vaccine and whether it was safe, or that felt that they had a negative health effect after having the vaccine, or otherwise.
Yes, so we had, in the Health Forum, we had people from all walks of life, but we had a very high proportion of our members were educated professionals. So we had a lot of medical personnel and professionals in our group, a lot of teachers, especially when the mandates started in New Zealand. We also had a lot of military, government workers. We had surgeons, forensic psychiatrists. We had the only orthopaedic pediatric surgeon in New Zealand able to perform a particular type of surgery who also refused to take the product, having researched it. So we had a very diverse spectrum of people in the health forum, and we had thousands of people who had been seriously injured by the Pfizer mRNA, and many more people in our group who were loving and supporting a family member who was injured. And then, as we saw when Chelsea spoke about her sister Amanda, sadly we had many families who believed that their loved one had died as a direct result of either a willingly taken injectable or a mandated product.
And is it right then when you said this was the only place people had to turn, that these people were struggling to be believed by other doctors or other authorities?
Very much so. I mean, we lived in truly unprecedented times where, you know, at the microcosmic level, we had huge dissent and relationship fracture within families and within friendship groups and workplaces. But extending out from that, the messaging and the propaganda and the inordinate resources devoted to promoting the one message in New Zealand of safe and effective engendered a disbelief in families and communities that anybody could be injured. And so our genuinely injured people, of which I have got the stats here from MedSafe themselves, to December 2023, MedSafe had received over 20,000 reports of serious adverse events, and MedSafe themselves acknowledged they have a reporting rate of no more than 5% of actual events ever reported to them. So by December 23, they had 20,000 events deemed serious. Serious is medically significant, requires hospitalisation and potentially permanent injury. So these people were there and they were in the health forum, but because of the messaging, the greater community did not believe they were real, and they were dubbed anti-vaxxers, the ultimate irony when you've taken a vaccine and be injured, to be dubbed an anti-vaxxer, and conspiracy theorists. They were in our group, all of those people.
And so I guess, is it fair to say that the health forum also provided a safe place for people to be believed about these concerns?
Oh, very much so. We were as much a psychosocial service at an essential time where people were alienated. Not only were they living with physical injury, they lived with immense psychological injury and trauma from the gaslighting, from doctors and hospitals, from members of parliament who refused to acknowledge they existed, from the government, and from the legacy media, who to this day have not written an article about the tens of thousands of New Zealanders who have lost a loved one or been seriously injured.
Just going to move us through a
Sure.
little bit faster so we don't run out of time before getting everything out. Yes. Okay. I just will note that in your submissions already to the Commission, you've noted that since then you've continued to monitor and collect information and reports, scientific reports, and I guess research that you feel contributes to your concerns about the virus, and that you've provided those to the Commission.
Very much so.
Yes.
So we're fortunate to have a group of mandated out nurses and medical coders who have now been working for 3 years to create a citizens database of serious adverse events and injury, after predominantly the Pfizer mRNA. We have a database now that we only accept first-person reports from the injured person or from the family of the deceased. We have 2,000 well-documented reports in our database now with all the medical records, and we have anonymised and submitted to you, I believe, about 500 of those reports as part of our submission.
And I'll record that you've also passed on studies that you've drawn to the attention of the Commission.
Yes, a lot of peer-reviewed science in our submission, and 25 compendiums of well over 100 OAAs. We operate very much from using the information directly from the government to point out inconsistencies, areas where people haven't received the knowledge that they should have to make an informed consent. So we take the information straight from the government's mouth wherever we can.
And in terms of your research, can you tell us a bit of how you and the Health Forum monitor the health or information or research that you share, either through your Facebook or that you've shared with us as well, how you gather that and monitor it?
So I do all the research and all of the writing. I do have a big team of people helping me in other ways, but I research and I write. And I obviously follow a lot of online journals, scientific journals. I source things from PubMed. Wherever I can, I use peer-reviewed science because it carries a lot more weight than the preprint science. And I subscribe to a lot of newsletters that collate and source such articles as well.
And what about research that we'll hear from also later today? I think about some research that supports the view that the vaccine is safe. Do you also gather that research?
No, I don't, because we're a minority. We're a platform that gives you the information that is missing in all of the other places that you can source information from. So you won't find our kind of information peer-reviewed as it is. You won't find it on the New Zealand Ministry of Health website, but you can find the sort of information you're talking about on that website.
So is it fair to say you try and fill a gap that you perceive exists?
Very much so. I fill a gap. I never tell people not to take the product. I haven't done that once in probably well over 40,000 posts now. My job is to bring them the information so that people can exercise what is their legal, moral and ethical right to make a fully informed decision before they take a product with an unprecedented level of serious adverse events and deaths globally.
That's great. But you yourself, I think in that format, it's fair to say you yourself don't see it as your role to try and find a balanced view or try and reconcile the different studies.
No, I don't. My role is to fill a niche that doesn't otherwise exist. And also, one of the differences with the Health Forum, I mean, there's a lot of noise in the social media sphere, obviously, and not everybody strives to source information that is credible, studies that are being carried out by scientists and professionals who have got a long history of experience and many thousands of citations in journals. So we try to keep our standard of the information that we share as high as possible.
And can you tell us briefly, you've talked a bit about concerns of being censored and of the Facebook group, for example, being removed. Can you tell us a bit about your concerns of this information being suppressed and how that affected you?
Oh, very much so. So when we had the original Facebook group, at the time we didn't know that governments were in direct communication with Facebook. New Zealand Department of Internal Affairs, as evidenced by one of the OIAs, I believe, in our submission, had their own takedown portal where they could deem something unworthy and take content off the web, off the Facebook group here in New Zealand. And that was not unique. The same in America. They also had that. And probably Australia, I don't know. So there was unprecedented censorship, genuine reports of serious harm and death following the injectables, was deemed misinformation, propaganda, and causing vaccine hesitancy, which was the ultimate crime at the time. So in my group, I had back-to-back personal bans where I would have to continue researching and writing, and one of my admins would have to post for me because I was blocked. For example, I published one of the first peer-reviewed papers on the efficacy of vitamin D for preventing infection, preventing hospitalisation and death, and I earned a 1-month ban for that because that was deemed to promote vaccine hesitancy, e.g., I was saying to people, hey guys, you know, there's something else you can be doing for yourself. And that was a 1-month ban. I also asked the question early on, based on what I was observing in our group, because we had thousands of injured people, I asked the question, am I seeing a link here, an observational link between Pfizer and myocarditis? I asked that question. I got a 1-month ban for that. I asked the same question based on what I was observing in our group about serious menstrual disorders and postmenopausal bleeding in women who took the products. Of course, that has all now been, confirmed that yes, those are all serious adverse events. That was a 1-month ban, Francie. So that was the experience of my life, in that first group, when it was the height of the rollout and the mandates we had. If I've got an opportunity, I would like to tell you, we're talking about mandates today. I think it's very important for people to understand, commissioners who have received my submission to understand, the general zeitgeist out there is that the mandated who refuse to take the product are definitely at the time, they were scorned. They were rejected by families, workplaces. They were marched off the premises with all their worldly goods in a box and quite literally told that if they came back the next day, they would be trespassed from the building. I just want to give you an idea.
So these are people who were in roles that were then required to be vaccinated to stay in those occupations.
Who were
and
mandated and who decided not to take the product. So, like I say, we do a lot of OAAs, and I just want to give you a little insight into HNZ 000-28251. So we asked about medical exemptions because this is, a vital part of the story that we're talking about here. Just to give you an idea, the medical exemption system received 125 applications for exemptions based on anaphylaxis with first dose. Now, anaphylaxis is life-threatening. 114 of those 125 applications were declined. So each of those people faced the decision of taking the second dose and potentially dying, or being marched off the premises with all their worldly goods in a cardboard box. We also had 119 applications from people who developed myocarditis with their first dose, and 66 of those were declined by the medical exemption system. We had 215 applications for serious adverse events with a previous dose. 167 of those were declined. We had 102 applications for pre-existing inflammatory cardiac diseases. 79 of those were declined. 55 applications for acute decompensating heart failure. 48 of those declined. 55 applications for pre-existing conditions. 46 declined. And a known PEG allergy, PEG was the coating on the outside of the lipid nanoparticles, a known PEG allergy, which is life-threatening, causes life-threatening anaphylaxis, was not even in the terms as a possible medical exemption to apply for. If you had a known PEG allergy, you were to make a specialist appointment with an immunology clinic or in an emergency room to have a crash cart and a resuscitation team with you while you took the product that was known to potentially have the ability to kill you. And at the same time as Pfizer themselves, in their technical data sheets, were saying nobody with a known PEG allergy must take this product. So that just gives you an insight into the reality that so many of our mandated were living. These were not anti-vax conspiracy theorists. These were real people with genuine medical concerns who simply could not get a medical exemption.
And those figures that you've quoted from is from the ministry through OAA process.
Yes,
is that right?
HNZ
Yeah, thank you.
000
Yes,
28251.
So just finally, I'd talking here about the medical exemption process, but also the overall feeling of being having views suppressed. And I wonder if you'd like to finish by just talking about the impact of that on your members
Yes.
and social cohesion as a whole in your
Certainly.
observations of that.
Well, as part of my submission, and commissioners will have seen as well, because we have such a big social media presence, we now have over 90,000 followers across various platforms. One of the things we did was we asked questions and we collated the responses. And what came through, I already knew this, but I wanted to present it to you. What comes through loud and clear is the seemingly permanent the number of people who are permanently disenfranchised in terms of trusting the government, trusting their doctors, the entire medical system and the Ministry of Health. The COVID response with the propaganda that alienated anybody with a different opinion, the silencing of the injured and the bereaved, the excommunication of the mandated out, with generally the public and the media having no understanding of who those people were and what really happened to them. That has led to a huge amount of gaslighting and marginalising and othering. And so those people, they're never coming back. They're never going to trust authority again. And if indeed we have another pandemic with another pandemic response, the pushback is going to be infinitely greater than anything we saw this time round, because the trust is gone.
And do you count yourself as one of the people who've lost trust?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I speak for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands standing behind me, but sadly I'm one of them. And that's a personal grief for me. I never used to be this person. I've seen things that I never would have believed was possible in the country that I love, in a supposed free democracy where human rights are championed, where we have a Bill of Rights, where we have the right, the moral, the ethical and the legal right to make individualised medical decisions based on a genuine informed consent process. I never thought I would witness what I've witnessed in this country.
Thank you. I'll just ask if the commissioners have any questions before we...
Commissioner Kavanagh.
No, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. You have asked all my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Wharton, in your studies, you will have seen information that you don't regard as credible, I assume.
Oh, yes, and I don't publish it, definitely.
Can you give some examples of misinformation or disinformation that you have encountered in the studies that you've done?
So one of the areas that we never post, because I believe that potentially it falls into that realm, is the issues around nanotechnology being included in the Pfizer and the Moderna. I don't believe there's sound science that would permit me with all good conscience to publish that content. So I've never touched any of that. That's one example.
And what do you mean by the nanotechnology?
Well, some people believe that because Pfizer samples have been looked at under high-resolution microscopes, and what is found in there are very unusual visual things that have never been seen in any other products that look like little coils and springs and, strange items. There is a school of thought that there is some kind of nanotechnology included in the product.
But you don't accept that?
I have never written about it. I am sitting on the fence, which is why I've never written about it. I'm waiting for real, genuine evidence over time that that is the case.
And you haven't seen any genuine evidence of that so far?
Personally, I think there are other explanations for a lot of what I've seen in that area.
You've heard, I assume, theories that there has been an international conspiracy behind vaccination. Is that something that you've observed in the studies that you've done?
Again, I don't write about an international conspiracy. I think that mistakes have been made. I think currently in America, one of the things that is happening is they're doing a lot of work bringing to light conflicts of interests and pharmaceutical lobbying, financing money from, for example, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which financially did very well out of shares with Pfizer and Moderna in this process. I think there's a complex web beyond just the rollout of an injection in New Zealand. But do I call it a conspiracy? Do I think people are trying to kill us or make us infertile? No, I don't, and I've never written about that. But is it happening? Are people dying and being injured? Most certainly.
You accept, I think, that in the normal course of events, people get sick and die without vaccines.
Oh, yes.
That's just human life, isn't it?
People die, yes, absolutely. People die all the time.
And so there's an issue in relation to vaccination about causality.
Yes, there is.
And that is a difficult issue to confront, isn't it?
Very difficult. I mean, there is an internationally operated system for establishing causality, the Bradford Hill criteria, and one of the most powerful, one of the most weighted criteria in that process is temporal connection. You know, time connection between receipt of a product and the resulting event. And one of our OAAs, we investigated the 196 deaths after the Pfizer that have been reported to MedSafe in New Zealand. And we found that the mean onset for the symptoms that led to the death was 7 days after the receipt of the Pfizer.
But I imagine you would accept that a temporal connection on its own is not sufficient to prove causality.
Absolutely. This is a list of criteria. There are 5 or 6, in fact, there are about 10 criteria on that process.
And so a person who has expertise in epidemiology or vaccinology, if that's a word, would need to be able to establish the causation link between the vaccination and the injury before you could be sure about what was happening in that space?
Partly those people, but first and foremost what would need to happen is a thorough, appropriate post-mortem for all of those people. And that actually hasn't happened in New Zealand. The Coroner's Act was changed halfway through. Many elderly people that passed away in rest homes didn't get a post-mortem, even when they died within a few days of receipt of the product. Coincidental or not, they died after the product. And so first and foremost, that needs to happen.
Understood, but there also has to be a theoretical pathway of causation between the taking of the vaccine and the particular kind of harm that's occurred.
And there are many more than theoretical pathways now. They're part of my submission. I sent in 3,500 peer-reviewed studies and case review compilations evidencing those pathways.
But you agree that in any particular case, a pathway needs to be shown?
Yes, of course. Yes, in the individual case, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Linda, and thank you, Peter, also for your support. We're going to have a break now until 11:30. We'll be back with the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Commissioners.
Welcome back, everyone. We now are going to hear from Alia Bland, Claire Deeks, and Katie Ashby-Copins, who are part of the founders of the organisation known as Voices for Freedom. So I'll ask each witness to introduce themselves and explain their position. and where they live. Ms. Bland.
Oh, sorry. So I'm Alia Bland. I'm from Auckland, and I'm a co-founder of Voices for Freedom and RCR, and my background is in primary education, and I'm known for communicating complex issues clearly, as well as for fostering community, courage and personal responsibility, particularly in challenging times.
Thank you. Ms. Deeks.
My name is Claire Deeks. I'm a qualified barrister and solicitor and a registered patent attorney able to practice in New Zealand and Australia. My background is in commercial litigation with a master's in international human rights law. I'm a co-founder of Voices for Freedom and RCR, and I was living in central Auckland during the time of this consideration and now in Taranaki.
Thank you. Ms. Ashby Coppins.
I am Katie Ashby Coppins. I'm a civil litigator with over 20 years' experience. I have experience in medico-legal, employment law, human rights, commercial insurance, and also class actions. My first 10 years of my career, I was based here in New Zealand, and then the last 14 years I've been based in Australia, where I am now based. I'm Head of Legal for Voices for Freedom and have been with the organisation since August 2021.
Thank you. Now, I'm just going to explain for people watching what our commissioners know and what the three of you know, which is that Voices for Freedom have presented a paper of issues and scientific evidence to the Royal Commission and have appeared in person and have called expert witnesses to give evidence before the Commission, totalling about 5.5 hours. So the evidence today is going to traverse very briefly some of the material or some of the issues that have been discussed in that evidence, but will then turn to some questions which haven't yet been asked of these witnesses by the Commission. So beginning, perhaps we'll go along the row. Ms. Deeks, could you explain your personal circumstances in March 2020 and what developed from that?
Thank you. Yes, in March 2020, I was a mother to a young son living in central Auckland, running a health-focused business and watching the COVID response unfold like everybody else. Additionally, I was also observing from the perspective of being a barrister and solicitor with a master's degree in human rights law. I was trained to look beneath the surface, to read the fine print, and to test whether the powers were aligning with the principles. And it was almost immediately that red flags began to appear. One of my first major concerns was the COVID-19 public health response legislation, which was rushed through, as you know, in May 2020 under extreme urgency. It enabled warrantless home entry, it granted sweeping powers to the Minister of Health and the Director General of Health, and it overrode key provisions in our Bill of Rights Act. I studied the legislation carefully, outlining its constitutional risks. I wrote an open letter to the Ministry of Justice, and there were others that were critical as well, but the public really heard about it. The Ministry of Justice's own review admitted the truth that the legislation would impose, and I'm quoting, arguably the most extreme and significant limitations on New Zealanders' ability to go freely about our daily lives as has ever occurred in modern New Zealand history. And yet somehow, after pages and pages of concerns, it's still signed off as being consistent with our Bill of Rights. And that, more than anything else, made me realise that it wasn't just a health response, it was a legal and democratic crisis and unfolding in real time with almost no scrutiny.
Thank you. Ms. Bland, your personal circumstances and route to involvement in these issues.
Thank you, yes. So I've long had an interest in government messaging and the evidence that sits behind the statements that come from government, as well as pharmaceutical behaviour, particularly conflicts of interest and historical fraud, and how clinical trials are conducted and reported. In the years just prior to COVID, I noticed a shift in how the public health events were being reported in New Zealand, particularly during the last major measles outbreak. So it was being reported in the time that hospitalisation rates were higher than expected, which was driving up a fear response in the public. So that prompted me to go digging, and I went and asked a medical officer of health from the Auckland Regional Public Health Service some questions, which included finding out that the so-called hospitalisation with measles in official New Zealand reporting simply meant that someone had been in the hospital system for 3 hours. And that was contrast to what people would sort of normally expect, that it would be an overnight stay or longer than that. And so that sort of change in reporting was driving a narrative, and that sort of thing gets my interest. So in 2020, when COVID emerged, I was still very curious about all of this. Like a lot of people, I didn't know what we were dealing with, and I was curious to find out more and get a deeper understanding of the situation. When everyone else was baking sourdough, I was reading the science and trying to sort of consume as much as I could. And one of the things that I came across pretty quickly was the Wuhan lab leak theory, which interestingly was immediately dismissed as a conspiracy theory by New Zealand officials and as well as the world. And that got my attention as well, when sort of all the forces come on something to say it's, to shut it down. That's of interest to me. I pay attention. And the same thing happened again when we had the Team of 5 Million slogan that was given to the country in our first part of the response. It sounded warm and fuzzy, but I recognised that it was a tool for controlling behaviour. And then when the strategy shifted from 2 weeks to flatten the curve to stamp it out, that's when alarm bells rang for me, because I realised that the only way out of that was this mass uptake of a vaccine. And I could see from what had happened previous to COVID that the likelihood was that we were going to see mandates in that space.
Right. Ms Ashby-Coppins.
I wasn't with Voices for Freedom at that time. I began with Voices for Freedom in August of 2021, just before the mandate started. So I'll pass the question back.
All right, thank you. Just to jump ahead for a moment, you've both given answers about concerns about the government's COVID response. I'll start with you, Ms Deeks. Do you agree that under human rights law, some rights can be limited by public law measures which respond to the outbreak of disease that poses a serious threat to the population?
Well, what I do agree is that if we're going to go down that path, the measure must first be effective. There must be clear, robust and transparent evidence that it actually works, not just in theory, but in real world conditions. In the case of COVID, evidence was weak and lacking. And secondly, the measure must be safe, and that means it should not cause significant harm physically, psychologically or socially. Third, if the measure is both effective and safe, then surely you would not need to mandate it. The people would choose it.
All right. Thank you. Ms Deeks, do you agree that there can be a requirement on a government sometimes, in theory, to implement a public health policy that has restrictions on people's human rights?
Are you addressing that to me?
No. I'm sorry, Ms Bland. I'm sorry. Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes, sorry, I thought you were
No, I'm sorry. Do you agree that in theory it's part of the role of government to implement, if necessary, a public health response that has implications for people and people's individual human rights?
Yep. It's probably a better, probably is better for you because
Sorry
you're the
about
lawyer.
That. It was just the question was directly addressed to me, but we do agree that human rights must sometimes be balanced in time of crisis, but the balance must be lawful, it must be proportionate, and it must be time limited. And not all rights are created equal. And as I know, the Human Rights Commissioner would know, some rights are inalienable. They cannot be suspended, removed or surrendered under any circumstances, and that includes the right to life and the right not to be subjected to torture or degrading treatment. Other rights, such as the right to work, assemble and move freely, while not inalienable, are still fundamental and must never be overridden lightly. So from the experts that we have gathered and presented, New Zealand's public health response was not a fair balancing exercise, but a wholesale override of multiple rights, often without clear evidence and without adequate justification. We don't consider that balancing rights can be used as a blanket justification for sweeping government powers. The core question should always remain, is the response proportionate, is it necessary, and is it based on robust evidence? And this is a test that we consider many COVID-era restrictions failed to meet.
I'm sorry, I realise the questions are moving around a little bit, but you have mentioned robust evidence. Was it your view, Ms Bland, that there was, Ms Deeks, that there was robust evidence of a major health crisis with with the COVID-19 pandemic?
We consider that certainly at the time, back in March 2020, that there was evidence that would suggest that people should at least take a wait-and-see approach. Do you want to?
So as Voices for Freedom grew in size, well, no, I'm sorry, we'll come back first of all to, and I'm sorry, Ms. Dix, it's still you. Can you explain briefly, if you can, why and how Voices for Freedom was formed?
Well, we founded Voices for Freedom in November 2020 as a not-for-profit advocacy group because there was no coordinated nationwide effort at that time focused on providing a place where people could ask questions about the government's response, both online and to connect in person. And we focused providing Kiwis with basic fundamental rights information about free speech, medical freedom and informed choice. We pushed for New Zealand-specific health approach minus the scare tactics, health-based, not fear-based. We launched online eventually December 2020. By 2021, we were hosting weekly webinars with thousands attending online, regularly over 5,000 and in one case over 12,000 people. And by the end of 2021, we had over 100,000 email subscribers and 45,000 people in local groups. I'll just, if I may, just a few more of these statistics because it really goes to show that there was this huge vacuum in demand. People were not able to find somewhere to come where they could freely discuss these ideas. But by 2022, we delivered over 8 million flyers to homes across New Zealand, organised more than 4,000 pop-ups, events on the side of the road with over 20,000 core flutes distributed, hosted over 100 webinars. And we know at the time and through this period and to the point as to why we came to exist and grew, is that over a third of New Zealanders was opposed to the mandates, and that was part of a Horizon research polling by Stuff in February 22 that came to show that. Over 30% of New Zealanders supported the anti-mandate protest, and a separate poll by Korea Research showed that nearly 1 in 3 New Zealanders supported the mandates overall. So this is opposed to mandates overall. So, and this is over 1 million people. They're not fringe voices. And I want to make the point as well that they were nurses, doctors, pharmacists, scientists, engineers, police officers, defence personnel, teachers, parents, everyday Kiwis from every ethnicity, every income bracket, every age group, millionaires to beneficiaries. Our inbox was full of these people. They came from all walks of life. And we were able, because of this growth, to support significant legal action against the mandates, including the mRNA rollout to children. We published Suppress Science, and our advocacy helped trigger the second COVID inquiry, supporting thousands. So we didn't start as a protest movement, we started as a lifeline, but we were organised and principled and deeply engaged, and because of that, we grew to the largest grassroots advocacy movement in New Zealand.
So thinking about all of that, Ms. Ashby Coppins, the Human Rights Commissioner has said in the COVID context that advocacy must be responsible and based on reliable evidence. Do you agree that that's a statement applicable to Voices for Freedom as it developed?
Yes, absolutely and wholeheartedly. The key question is whose evidence and who gets to decide what is reliable.
I have a question about that.
Okay.
Does Voices for Freedom say that what it made available was a balanced view of the different sides when there were issues with two sides?
What we provided in the People's Position was a balanced view. We provided evidence that we knew you would not be getting from the departments or from the government, information that has been censored. You are quite aware of the information that is in the public arena, the comments of safe and effective, but yet have you been made aware of Pfizer's own document, for example, on the adverse events post-authorisation, which showed a significant number of adverse events? I don't suspect that you would get that document from the government. So it isn't necessary the need to balance, because that information's all very much in the public arena. What we wanted to do was to give you access to people and to information that you just simply wouldn't get access to because the censorship was so strong.
Just moving back from information that's been provided to the Commission of Inquiry and thinking about the information that's been provided to your members, people on your, looking at your website, do you assert that that presents a balanced view of the different or opposing evidence, or does your website feature one side of things?
The information that we provide on our website is information that people might not be able to get in the public arena. It's information that we have reviewed and considered in depth. It's not information that we hold out as experts. We reference experts that we consider have got valuable, justified arguments and positions, and we're a place for people to come to be informed and to find out their own information, because otherwise any other information, such as government messaging, is very much in a vacuum.
But to the point, obviously, seeing as most of what we were doing is critiquing what was out there, by its very nature, all of our materials would have the balance, because we would have the material that was being put forward by government or the government experts and our critique and what we were saying.
Questions.
Our questions, yes. So people would be able to see both through our webinars.
Just for example, if you put forward an article by an academic and that article had been criticised or responded to maybe unfavourably in a medical journal, for example, would you give people the opposing arguments so they could be fully informed?
We would have, I would imagine in that situation that we probably would have covered that in our webinar, because it was interesting. And, you know, you want to kind of flush out what are the arguments against something, so that it gives you more of an opportunity to discuss whatever the thing was.
Do you accept that, and I think you do, that on a lot of the topics that you have presented expert scientific evidence, there are opposing views?
Yes.
I think that's why we put them forward.
This is why we have an inquiry.
All right. We've found ourselves in the heading that we have called learning, so we'll just keep going with those questions. Some groups have explicitly or impliedly named Voices for Freedom as being responsible for promoting misinformation or disinformation, and other groups have talked about misinformation being a barrier to overcoming vaccine hesitancy. What steps can you tell us that you take to ensure that what you're promoting is not misinformation?
We hear this claim a lot, however, rarely can anybody actually provide specific examples, and in the rare instances they do, these critiques have not held up well over the course of time. But to answer the question, we recognise our process would include our core leadership team through the period in question, has included 3 lawyers and an educator. We're accustomed to evaluating complex material, identifying credible sources and presenting evidence-based arguments. We take that very seriously, especially in a time where public trust was being eroded by not by dissenting voices, but by a shifting narrative. When we highlight the work of experts, we do it because we've closely examined their credentials, assessed their reasoning, and weighed it against other available information. I mean, that's how the critical thinking works. And I just want to point out that our team actually included an extraordinary group of professionals, including experienced lawyers, legal strategists, medical doctors, scientists, biostatisticians, epidemiologists, pharmacologists, immunologists. It goes on. We were in close contact with educators, data analysts, investigative researchers, health and safety consultants, public health advocates, psychologists, and obviously whistleblowers as well. And these were people with serious credentials, and they helped and informed all of our work. We have never maintained that we are specific experts in any of these subjects. We've always obtained and referenced those experts we've had.
And did you have a formal process, or what steps did you take when challenges were made or information was called misinformation? Did you have a process that you would follow to address those sorts of challenges?
We would always read things and discuss them as a team first, and we'd bounce them around in the background before we went public talking about anything. But we didn't really put things out there as this is our kind of position. What we often did was we asked questions. Hey, this new information has come to light, and we think it's worth asking the question about it to our authorities and to the experts that are being presented to us. And, instead of actually engaging and answering these questions that were often at odds with the messaging that was coming out from the government, we were instead, of course, attacked and censored and shut down.
Is there an example of information that you presented as new information on a topic that you subsequently realised was not valid, lacked rigour?
Well, we haven't ever needed to reverse our core positions on the science. We had a good think about it and to address these questions, and it's not because we're inflexible, it's just because we've been correct. But a lot of that is based on the fact that we have always been very methodical and deliberate about what information we have shared and platformed. We've always taken careful reading of the available data. We do have a couple of examples of where we've given different recommendations to people out there, and one of those was in the masks, where initially, because of the legislation, I read the legislation and saw that there's no requirement to to obtain or carry an exemption card, which we told our people was the situation. However, people were suffering incredible abuse, being verbally abused, physically abused, and so because of that, not because of the legislation, we changed our recommendation to people that they may want to print out a card, and a lot of people ended up wearing it as a lanyard. So, that's one example. Another example was that you were allowed to exercise during COVID, and hence you could exercise whilst delivering flyers, which a lot of people like to do. But again, the abuse was such, and even the witch hunt by media, which actually positioned it that was unlawful to be walking along the streets, meant that people didn't feel safe. And we again issued a recommendation from VFF that nobody be seen delivering the flyers during these times because you could get in trouble. So those are just examples of things that we changed, but we couldn't think of anything in relation to the science.
So just coming back to your consideration of the science, and you had people connected with VFF available to help you, is that right? Were you analysing the information that the government was making available as well, the research the government was providing?
Absolutely.
Every day.
Absolutely. And we were sending in OIAs. We were, I spent a lot of my life looking on websites like the Ministry of Health in the UK and Israel. I was in their dashboards and, looking at all the statistics and trying to sort of figure out where that sat with what we were being told here in New Zealand. So we were trying to get as much information from them as possible to try and see if we could get them to explain some of their decision making behind the statements that they were making publicly, to see if they were actually based in evidence. So, yeah.
Did you ever look for independent expert help on some of those issues?
All the time. All the time. We consulted with the team of people that we had around us because, we didn't want to look like idiots. And so we didn't want to get things wrong publicly. So we made sure that if we were going to open our mouths on something and make a statement or question something, that we were actually correct in what we were putting forth, especially with respect to the science of it.
Is it fair to say that the people that were available to help you do that were people that shared your concerns about the issues that were arising as a result of the COVID policies?
No, we spoke with a lot of a broad cross-section, and people were writing in all the time to the government experts, as it were. Sometimes they wrote under pseudonyms to ask what they thought on certain points. So there was information coming back from a broad range, and not just the people that might more typically, be aligned on where we were heading.
So in this document that you have provided us with, I'm not sure, I haven't done a count, but would there be possibly 20 issues of science where you have analysed the evidence, you say, with the help of experts associated with your group, and the questions that you put forward are to the effect that the position the government landed on was wrong. Is that correct? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
We would say that there is clear evidence that many of the decisions that they made were contrary to the advice that they were being given. And we have proof of that via OIAs and internal memos, that kind of thing. And so that's included in that booklet there. So we're not asserting that thing without any evidence behind it. It's all evidence-based.
So you're asserting that the decisions that were made by government were different to the scientific evidence that they were receiving?
Political decisions as opposed to decisions that were based in public health.
I'm sorry, can I just try to unpack that? Is it your position that on most of these issues the government received the correct scientific advice but chose not to act on it? Is that what I'm understanding?
No, that things changed. We did see that there were times when the government was provided with advice that was correct and they did follow it, but as time went on, we observed that there was a political input into how those decisions. I mean, we can give a couple of examples. Would that be helpful?
Perhaps let's start with where you started, with the government following advice at the beginning. And do you accept that the advice given to the government was to enter the first lockdown in an elimination strategy attempt?
Pardon me?
Sure. So New Zealand always had a pandemic plan. And this is something that seems to be forgotten. No one seems to be talking about it in this room. There was an influenza pandemic plan, the last one updated 2017. That was based on recommendations that were sound and evidence and had evidence-based considerations, including from the World Health Organization. That plan, pandemic plan, was discarded in favour of a brand new strategy, untested, untrialled, an elimination strategy. Now, while it might have been reasonable in the first couple of days to lock down, to get a feeling, to get a steer of what we were actually dealing with, actually how risky and how dangerous COVID was, that soon petered out and was no longer a position that could have reasonably been maintained from a public health perspective. It was maintained by a political perspective, and that's clear from early on with the Diamond Princess example. We could see a perfect evidence-based situation where we had a closed ship of people, and we could see that the infection fatality rate was not as great, similar to a bad flu season. So with that type of example, that's the response that we're suggesting, that the government had that information and chose to ignore it in favour of a political position and a brand new concept of an elimination which had never been trialled or tested before.
I'd
So,
also...
no, I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand, because are you saying that the advice that the government had when it decided to pursue the elimination response was in fact that was no longer appropriate?
Yes, certainly by March 2020 that was obvious, that elimination was not a necessary, suitable or viable option. It's known to have huge cataclysmic social and economic harms, and we can see that that has played out.
I'm just trying to understand where at what point you say the government was receiving incorrect scientific advice.
Well, I think what I would say there is it's the advice that it was getting was from one position. That there were other academics out there who had put forward an alternative to that. COVID Plan B group was the one I'm thinking about, and they had a reasonable plan that they put forward that was focused protection. And instead of engaging in that and having a discussion about the benefits and the risks of each, what we got was a witch hunt. And they were totally attacked in the media, and they faced, members of that group have faced ongoing legal attention at work for years. And so it's less about that they had some sort of incorrect advice, it's just that it was very narrow.
And the examples that I was thinking of there, when I had mentioned that there were times that we felt that there was good advice given, for example, with the masks. Now, initially, Professor Michael Baker and Dr. Ashley Bloomfield publicly acknowledged that the masks weren't particularly useful in preventing community transmission, and that aligned with the available evidence. But then, in August 2020, the government reversed its positions, citing a change in the WHO advice, and we have previously provided you with the videos and information about that and in the people's position. But that change was not evidence-based. Another one would have been where the original advice was that children were at minimal risk from COVID-19 and did not require vaccination. But that was later abandoned, and there was, without justification, there was a clear push to vaccinate children. So those are the sorts of things that we can point to where there are times where we consider the advice given was correct.
All right.
Yeah, just to reiterate that the changes we see were not made based on compelling evidence, but rather on political pressure and global messaging. And it was politics, not science, that drove those shifts. And we believe that New Zealand has paid the price for that with a decline in public trust and coherence in public policy.
Do you dispute or accept the widely held view and published by the World Health Organization that the COVID-19 pandemic caused millions of deaths worldwide?
So before I can answer the question, I'll need to understand more about that quote. In which country? Is it all countries? For which time period? How many millions of lives was being said to be saved? I am aware, for example, that the WHO has publicly claimed that COVID-19 vaccine saved at least 14.4 million lives in 2021 alone. That claim is typically cited alongside the broad assurances that COVID-19 vaccines are safe, were subject to rigorous testing and meet internationally agreed benchmarks for safety. But during the People's Position presentation for this inquiry, specifically in relation to the requested topic of the World Health Organization, we did lead expert evidence from United Nations Assistant Secretary General Professor Ramesh Thakur and former WHO public health physician Dr. Bell. Both raised serious concerns about the integrity of the World Health Organization's processes and highlighted how its agenda has become increasingly influenced by private funding, including from vaccine alliances and manufacturers. So given this emphasis the inquiry is placed on the reliability of evidence presented by others, we would ask whether you have had the chance to scrutinise the World Health Organization's claims and on what robust, independently verified data they claim vaccines saved millions of lives, and has the potential for the conflict of interest with the WHO's funding and decision-making structure being properly considered when weighing such statements.
So you've answered my question with a question. To come back to my question, from the work that you have done, the studies that you have looked at and the experts that you have consulted, do you dispute or accept the widely held view that the COVID-19 pandemic caused millions of deaths worldwide?
It's certainly what is put out there, and that's when it's quite a complex issue, because you have the claim that COVID-19 caused a whole lot of deaths, but there are issues with reporting, and so there is the whole notion of somebody died with COVID or from COVID, and how is that being kind of swallowed into a statement like that? Because here in New Zealand we had an incident that a man died of a gunshot wound, and he ended up being, it was on TV, that he was being added to the COVID death tally because he'd been tested after the fact as having COVID. And so when you add those sorts of factors into a statement like that, you need to understand other things that are there were financial incentives for hospitals around the world to report patients as COVID positive. and also to attribute deaths. They got extra funding for that. So, yes, obviously the people will have died. We don't dispute that. People die every year from the flu. It's just there's a question about how many and how that number has come to.
While we're talking about numbers and the World Health Organization, there's a figure that something like 13,000 million vaccine jabs have been issued. Is that a figure that you consider is likely to be correct?
13,000 million. Well, I mean, if they've just been administered.
And what is the question?
The question is whether that's an asserted fact that you're aware of and that you would accept as
well,
likely to be
certainly that millions of people have been have taken this product, but we also that's where we're educating people that notwithstanding that there are also extremely high numbers of people who have experienced adverse reactions and serious injury and death.
All right, thank you. Now I've got an eye on the time. I want you to explain to commissioners, and perhaps I'll state it, and if I get it wrong, you can correct me. But there was a build-up of factors that led to Voices for Freedom being involved in organising a protest on Parliament. Can you explain the different groups of people that Voices for Freedom were involved in being present at those protests?
Yes, but I may first just explain that with the protest, it was inspired from a Canadian truckers' protest where people really provided a mobilising point for New Zealanders who felt they'd been silenced or ignored and vilified. So we didn't initiate the convoy, but with 100,000 people on our email list and thousands of people up and down the country, we were uniquely placed to mobilise grassroots support. And our local groups played a key role helping spread the word with meeting points and creating connection along the way. So when it reached Wellington, it was clear that something bigger was unfolding, but it was absolutely an organic movement. It wasn't something that was organised from the outset.
No. Yeah, definitely. And there were dozens of different groups involved in that protest, and we certainly didn't run the show. But because of our size and our structure, like Claire's explained, and the trust that people had in us because of all of the history that we had, people looked to us naturally for help. And especially after that first wave of police aggression that we saw, that was when people started to arrive en masse down there. And so we had lots of volunteers on the ground in Wellington. They were sorting out the food, organising sanitation, doing laundry, and offering support in a whole range of ways. After that particular day of violence with the police, we moved down there. We set up an office and a presence, and we helped to coordinate meetings between the groups of people that were down there to give a bit of structure and to create plans and ways of communicating with the media and our people, and also with a very strong focus on keeping it peaceful. It definitely wasn't fringe. There were people in there, teachers, nurses, parents, tradies, students, pilots sleeping in a tree. Everyday Kiwis from all walks of life were there, and they were all united in one thing. They were broken by the decisions that had been made by the government, and they were there to stop the mandates.
Were you urged to consider by anyone at any stage the public health risks in insufficient people being vaccinated?
Are you speaking to the Parliament protest or
more generally? Were you asked to balance the public health response against your position that the mandates should cease?
Well, again, I think it goes back to what the evidence and what the experts were showing about the safety, the efficacy, and most importantly, transmission.
Also, we have... sorry, Claire, you finish.
No, just to the point, because that would be relevant in respect of whether it was actually efficacious, whether there was efficacy as to whether you would do it, and whether it, and then to the point which seemed to be one of the main points promoted, that we had to take a jab to protect somebody else, which should, fundamentally never be something that is for why people would take a medication. But in this instant, there were huge questions around the ability of it, the product to stop transmission. So I think that goes to the point of, the having unvaccinated people. It's not a public health issue if the product itself isn't going to actually do what it's supposed to do.
And we have the Code of Patient Rights in New Zealand, as well as the Bill of Rights, and those include the right to freedom from discrimination, coercion, harassment, exploitation, the right to be fully informed, including an explanation of the options available and the expected risks, the side effects, the benefits and the costs, and the right to make an informed choice and to give informed consent. So I think that those were really important to the people that turned up down in Parliament, because they felt like they were being stripped of everything.
You're talking there about individual personal human rights, and I'm asking you, to what extent did you consider the obligation of the government to provide a public health response that was proportionate?
Well, I did. We totally expected them to have a public health response that was proportionate. It's just that their public health response was not proportionate. They were promoting a vaccine that did not stop transmission, which everybody there knew. They even admitted it. And yet it was being held over people and removing their jobs, taking away their homes and destroying their livelihoods. So it didn't. Those two things didn't marry up. How can you have a public health response that your only ticket out of this is a vaccine that doesn't even give sterilising immunity? It doesn't stop you passing it on from person to person, and use it as a tool to destroy people's lives. Like those things did not. They did not balance for us.
Right. We have moved around a little bit over the questions that I had in the paper that you've had the opportunity to see. If you consider that we've covered those matters to the extent that we can do in the time available, then I'll turn to the commissioners to see whether they have any questions for you.
Yes, thank you. Just going back to early 2020, many New Zealanders will have seen on television what was happening in China, countries like Italy and the UK, where the reporting was that many thousands of people were dying from the original COVID virus. Do you agree that that reporting happened, and do you agree that that was genuine reporting?
Do you want to? I mean, we do cover that in our booklet here, but
can I give you? Yeah.
Well, I agree that it was reported, but like I was saying before, that there were the issues surrounding the with COVID, from COVID, and each of the different countries had their own situation that had factors that needed to be weighed in that individual situation, and that has happened. People have done that, and we have spoken about that in the past. I mean, gosh, it was nearly 5 years ago now that we were talking about all of this stuff. But
do you seriously expect the people of New Zealand to accept that the deaths that were being reported internationally were not genuinely from COVID?
Well, we're not disputing that there are not people. We've answered that question, that there were deaths. We're simply saying that it gets very complex, especially when people are being funded in order to tick a box to say that a death was COVID, caused by COVID, rather than, and I did hear you speak previously with Linda about causation and so forth. So we're simply saying that a lot of these are with rather than from.
You seem to be avoiding the question of whether there were in fact many thousands of people who died from COVID in that early period. Now, I'm putting it to you as straightforwardly as I can.
No doubt
Do you
there were.
dispute that?
No doubt there were, as there are every year with flus and things like that. And yes, it might have been a particularly bad instance of that. We're not disputing that. We're not saying that there's some great conspiracy and none of these people died. That's not what we're saying. We were just saying that there are factors that need to be looked at.
The manner of which they're classified, the deaths. But I think all of that, you can look forward and say, there is that being reported, as you say, at that point in time. And then you're going forward all the way to the end of 2021, where Auckland is in over 100 days of lockdown. So we're saying that things needed to be continually examined and looked at, and that's why we're not here we didn't form Voices for Freedom because we were locked down for 1 week in March 2020. You know, that's not how all of this evolved. It's because of the continuing disproportionate approach.
So all I'm asking you about at the moment is the initial approach, and the question that follows from that is, do you accept that government had a responsibility in the circumstances that were being reported from overseas to protect the public of New Zealand?
Well,
we have admitted that.
Yeah,
I mean, we've acknowledged that.
I'm
Perhaps
just
the
asking
first.
you, it's not a question of what you've said before.
We have acknowledged it, but then we would come back to the principles of human rights law and looking at proportionality, necessity, all of those things. We would question strongly whether, right from very early on, that a correct assessment was made of the different steps that were taken, as opposed to relying on our existing pandemic plan.
Do you accept that it was open to government at that time to consider that there was a public health emergency which could dramatically affect the lives and health of New Zealanders?
Well, it was obviously open to them to consider that, yes.
Well then, if that is the case, surely it follows that government taking a precautionary response at that time was a legitimate act of government.
There's just a point at which it
I'm
passes
talking
that
about
boundary.
I'm talking about at the outset. Just answer that question directly, please.
Well, I'd need to know exactly what response you're talking about. Like, initially when they would call a lockdown, we weren't told how long that was going to be for. We didn't know all of the other things that were piled in with that COVID health response legislation. So
let me put it to you clearly as I can. Do you accept that it was open to government to close the borders while an assessment was being made of what was going to happen in the future?
Yeah, well, we can accept that, but the different questions that you've posed just now, they're not all lined up with what we are being asked to accept, because first did the government, now you've mentioned closing the borders, but before it may have been, is that what it's all about, the closing the borders?
Well, that's the question I've asked you, and I just need a straight answer. Do you accept that it was open to government to close the borders to protect the health and safety of New Zealanders at that time?
Certainly, I think it was. We were needing to assess the dangers and the risk of COVID and to see what was happening around the world. We are very lucky to be on a moat, or surrounded by a moat. So shutting the borders wasn't unreasonable for us to properly assess the dangers of COVID. It was when that danger became clear, or we got a better understanding of it, that we were able to, or a more proportional approach should have been adopted.
Now, you've expressed the view that you've never claimed to be experts, but you do rely on some expert advice, which you've referred to in your presentation, your written submission. Have you cross-checked the advice that you've been given to ensure that that's soundly based on science?
Well, obviously, yes, but at the same time, we're not epidemiologists or vaccinologists or immunologists or any of the experts that we have consulted with, so we wouldn't be in a position to review to that level the advice that we receive from experts. But those experts critique the opposing experts, and that's then we provide that information to people, and people can make up their own minds when they see different views, different debate and discussion amongst experts. So I wouldn't, be making judgment calls.
But if somebody if somebody appeared making a specific claim, we would look around for others to see if there were others agreeing with that claim or critiquing it, and we would pay attention to that, yes.
One of the experts that you've relied upon in your submissions is a doctor from Texas who has said that vaccines have never saved any lives. Is that correct?
You would have to say who that expert is.
Yeah. Are you referring to Dr. McCullough? No, he was talking about COVID-19 vaccine.
Yes, talking about COVID-19 vaccines. I'm sorry, I should have made that clear. So do you accept that position on his behalf?
I would be wanting to know the context of which he was speaking when he made that comment. Like, what were the other words around that?
You presented a video to us in which he made that assertion.
Yeah, he said that in front of the US Senate. And I believe he is primarily referencing that in respect of the fact that in the balance of everything being weighed up, they haven't saved any lives because more lives have been lost. That's how I understood his
as a consequence
of the vaccine. But I can see that could require some further clarification.
The pandemic plan for flu that you mentioned earlier was abandoned. Do you say that should have been maintained and we should have followed that pandemic plan despite the fact that we're dealing with a new virus that is completely different from influenza?
Yep. Why?
Yeah, I think it should have been followed. It was evidence-based. It was focused on being able to manage a pandemic and whether or not it was influenza or the novel coronavirus. It's an airborne virus that meant that the evidence-based analysis, restrictions and health responses that were analysed, reviewed, trialled and tested under the pandemic plan could have been applied. Yes, if they needed to be adjusted as a consequence of things altering, then yes, they do that. But they do that, again, based on evidence and not political decisions or a global pressure.
You were asked about the World Health Organization. I've read a report from the World Health Organization that says that there were over 700 million cases of COVID throughout the world during the main pandemic, and that 7 million deaths plus were caused by the COVID virus. Do you accept that, or say that that's a made-up story?
That's what I would have to read the report myself. I mean, that's something that we try and do with anything that's presented to us. Is that it would not be wise to just take a short statement and give a yes or no answer, because we want to look at what is the evidence that they used to come up with that statement. Could we look at some of the statistics that informed it, that kind of thing, and that's what we've tried to do all along. So I don't want to be sort of evasive in not answering that. It's just that I would need to have a look at the detail.
Our general position, to speak generally to that, would be that there has been what's called a case-demic, people being tested, because you were saying it was the cases, and on the basis of one test or another, like the PCR test, being said to have COVID. And that's to the first part of your question in the statistics. And the second part we've mentioned already, but that goes to dying from COVID or dying with COVID, which again obviously relates back to being tested. And as Alia did mention, just in point, the guy from West Auckland who was shot with a gunshot wound, and that is one of our COVID deaths.
But Mr. Illingworth, we'd be more than happy to receive that paper and take that question on notice and respond in full.
Sure. Just my final issue before we close off this session. Voices for Freedom, do you have a relationship with the radio station, Reality Check Radio?
Yes, absolutely.
It's our media outlet of our organisation that we created in response to essentially being censored.
Do you take responsibility for what's on the Reality Check Radio website?
In terms of the content that is published? Yes, we do. And what I would say there is that we often publish things that we personally disagree with because it's a free speech platform.
And do you personally disagree with the attacks on people like Ashley Bloomfield, Jacinda Ardern, and others that appear on that website currently?
Do we disagree with them or agree with them?
Do you support those
We feel
publications?
that those individuals should be fully held to account. So we, at the same time, as we've mentioned, we are proponents of peaceful resistance, and so obviously to the extent that there's anything on that, we don't control comments that are made on the website, but we stand by things that are put out in our voice, and then we allow other people free speech. But we do maintain the website if threats are made and that kind of thing.
Well, on the website recently, I observed allegations of very serious bad faith on the part of former leaders of the country and people who made decisions. Do you take responsibility for those accusations of bad faith and the allegations that those people should be required to be brought to account?
Well, I will say that we are aware of and can provide evidence of, and I'm sure it's in the people's position that on multiple occasions they have acted contrary to advice they've received and in direct contrast to information they know. So we've seen through OIAs that they know certain information. For example, Ashley Bloomfield in respect of the myocarditis risk to young men. Prime example, we can talk to that, but I know that we're short on time, but we have fully put a lot of information. That is damning information there. That is, front and centre. There was information that was known and not shared with the New Zealand public until the death of Rory Ngan.
Well, just before closing off, can I just say that your presentation to us was very comprehensively prepared, very professionally prepared and detailed, and we will be considering it very carefully. And although I've perhaps tested you a little on some issues, that doesn't mean that we have made up our minds about anything as yet. We're keeping an open mind and we're looking very carefully at the points that you've made.
Thank you. If I just may very quickly, because we did note that you did ask, I believe, nearly every other guest witness about what good looks like. So we would just briefly like to share what good looks like. Good looks like human rights, and in particular the right to informed consent being upheld. Never again can government be permitted to pay lip service to New Zealanders' human rights. Good looks like emergency powers never being overridden in the democratic process. A crisis does not justify sidelining Parliament or concentrating power in the hands of one or two decision makers. Robust parliamentary scrutiny and full participation must be maintained even under emergency declarations. Good looks like political accountability being enforced, politicians being held to account when they ignore available information. Repeated slogans like safe and effective, despite documented evidence to the contrary, is unacceptable. Good looks like media independence being preserved. Never again is the media to be put in a position where checkbook politics becomes so extraordinarily generous that the Fourth Estate is dissuaded from doing its core job of holding the government to account. Good looks like medical professionals being free to question the prevailing narrative. It looks like governments not using fear or psychological conditioning on their people, and it looks like an end to censorship and manipulative terms like misinformation and disinformation, which we consider should be purged from government lexicon because they are inextricably linked to propaganda. Our government must simply state if it does not agree with a particular view, full stop. Debate and dissent are permitted activities in a democracy.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. We're now going to have 2 videos played concerning the vaccine issue, and then we'll come back to live witnesses after that.
Okay, my name is Calvin Green. I'm a locksmith, so I was registered as being essential workers during the MIQ lockdown periods and that. And just was part of the general public working through. There were people that were allowed exemptions to be able to be out there. We had the travel exemptions as our company, and that we've got clients that are correctional facilities and hospitals. We did work in security for the MIQ facilities in Auckland as well. So lots of our job was really in the thick of it. A little bit frustrating sometimes dealing with some people that didn't really want to follow the rules and didn't have the public health as a primary concern. Some people dealing with some people with their attitude is "you can't make me," and that sort of thing was a little bit tricky, and it was quite worrisome because we didn't really know exactly how far this would go. No one did. At that particular time, you're just trying to deal with the best information that you've got, and just make the most of it as a nation and that. And that's pretty much it, really. It was just a bit of a worrying time and was quite quiet out there on the roads, which was quite good. When I was vaccinated, it was required, it was mandated for the emergency services, but this I did willingly. I was happy to get it done because you're doing the correct thing for the public. But I had a rather nasty reaction to the vaccine. I had about a week and a half, 2 weeks off. I had about 38.9 or 39.8 degree temperatures. I had projectile vomiting, the body aches, diarrhea. In the first week, I lost almost 4.5 kilos of weight. And chest pains, and I was feeling really, really ill, and I had to seek medical help for what I was going through. And most of the medical help that I got, the medicines and that were prescribed, were just for symptoms. I was happy to go in for it because for the vaccines, they are essential for society for various things. But yeah, I just had a pretty nasty time with this one. The second vaccine, because I was mandated, I resisted getting this as long as what I could. I sought medical information on this, and I was told that no matter what, there were no exceptions for the vaccine. No matter what, you had to have it. And I even got a meeting through work, or got told nicely, is sort of like, this is really affecting your work because we are emergency services, so we have to have people vaccinated, otherwise it's affecting employment, which is kind of like a nice little way of, are you refusing to do the work, and do we need to take this further, which was really worrisome because of my family. It wasn't quite as harsh as the first, but it took longer to recover. The absolute fatigue levels were nasty. Like in the second dose, I was pretty much out for almost 2 weeks. First dose, probably about a week and a half. So I didn't even have sick leave to be able to cover it. Also, second time round, I got the real, which was more of a worry, the real chest pains, like there was a heavy weight on my chest. And that, but because I didn't seek medical help on the second one, because it was more a case of they're only going to give you paracetamol and send you home, was from my experience. So because it was affecting the family and that, or potentially, the income and that sort of thing. I felt that I really had to have that done with whatever. I just had to try and get it sorted, and so I did have to take the second vaccine, but luckily that's all I had to. But I did delay it as long as what I possibly could. I'm getting older. I don't know what's age and what's not and that. So no, I don't think I have actually got anything long term. It was just more of short term and very concerning. I'm still pro-vaccines. Vaccines are essential. You've got things like polio, smallpox, whole piles of things that have really benefited society as a whole. Vaccines are still vitally important. So vaccines are very important, but I feel that it would have been better if there could have been some exceptions given under extreme circumstances. This turned out to be not as bad as it could have been, but still the way we handled it was really brilliant, I feel, for what we were prepared for, and we weren't prepared. My wife's Spanish. I know over in Spain they had huge problems with it, and Ireland and that. And for New Zealand, for what we had, we got by on it so light. We were so lucky down here, but it would have been nice to have a little bit more preparedness. Lots of people didn't follow the rules and had the attitude of, you can't make me, it's not law, it's only a mandate, and all that sort of thing. And that's sort of like the people that were in public not even wearing masks or anything like that, which I found quite confrontational on those particular things. So you've got these super spreader areas with people that don't care, and there wasn't much that anyone could actually do about it except to ask them nicely to please stop. Everyone's got a crystal ball, great hindsight, looking back, oh, we could have done this, we could have done that, we could have done the other. But at that time, given that information and the transparency was absolutely brilliant. But it just would have been nice for the public to be able to, more of the public to be able to get them behind, get over it and move on.
My name's Jason Cluley, and to sum up my pandemic experience, the actual lockdowns were fine, but it was more the experiences that happened afterwards, health problems that popped up, that were the difficult parts. The reason I got vaccinated was mostly because I was a support worker at the time for people with spinal injuries, and if I wasn't vaccinated, then I wouldn't have been able to carry on working to support my clients. I've had some heart problems since then. So I was vaccinated at the end of 2021, I think. And then I had one in February, I think, as well. I'm not sure if that was my second or third one. And in May 2022, then I had my first heart event. So I was playing soccer, and then I kind of collapsed, and my heart was racing rapidly for about 30 or 45 minutes while we waited for the ambulance that we called pretty soon after it started. And it slowed down after that, so we cancelled the ambulance at that point. But then every time I tried to play sport after that, or even just walking around or at random times, then I would have palpitations, my heart would beat fast, and I would get a bit dizzy, or playing sport. Yeah, sometimes I would have the same kind of event, but less intense, I guess. And one time playing pickleball, then I had an event similar to that, so I went into the hospital, and then at the end of September last year, then I had a cardiac arrest. I mean, I've kind of had a lot of health problems growing up. I've had a lot of chronic health problems, so having a less than full life isn't anything new to me, but since waking up in the hospital, so I was in the hospital for 3 weeks, had surgery, and had an ICD implanted into my body. And when I was in the hospital, then they told me that I couldn't drive for 6 months, and so that was the worst of it. That's really impacted my life because I get motion sickness as well. So I pretty much wouldn't go anywhere in a car unless I was driving for the last 15 years because I threw up so many times as a kid on buses and in cars. So that's probably been the biggest or the worst part of all of it. I can't play sports. The doctors told me not to play sports for a while. Now they're trying to encourage me, but I am afraid that if I play sport again, I'm going to have another event. And every time I have an event, I can't drive for another 6 months. So I'm currently just less than a month away from being able to drive again. I have, since my cardiac arrest, had 3 similar events where I went into a deadly heart rhythm, and then my ICD shocked me back to life or kept me going. And every time that happens, then I get the call saying you've got a 6-month driving ban. The last one was in January 18th. So I had 2 in January and another one either December or January as well. Yeah, apart from not being able to drive, which severely limits my life, I just get dizzy often, sometimes feel a bit faint, and I can't ride my bike because that may lead to an event. And in the past, when I've tried to ride my mountain bike, then I would get faint and have the same issues. However, I have recently got an e-bike, and that seems a bit more manageable. So I've been able to go out of the house for a while. But yeah, over the last 9 or so months, I just haven't left the house nearly as much as I would have before. It's nothing too new, though the last 10 or so years have been a bit more active than the previous 15 or so. So in a way, I felt like I was getting my life back until I had this cardiac arrest, and then lost a lot of that. Like, I didn't really have strong political views. I don't really have any certainty. So I'm hesitant to say what is and what's not. But after the cardiac arrest, I did a little bit more digging, kept asking the question, do you think it's possibly from the vaccine? And they would always say no. And then they would say it's either COVID, or some doctors would say possibly another virus. And when I did some further digging, I saw that actually I hadn't had COVID until 2023, and I had these health episodes in 2020 from 2022 onwards. So I just kept thinking at that point, like, I'm fairly sure, I'm even more sure now that it's the vaccine, but I'm not 100% sure. So it's just been a little bit frustrating that, not that they didn't take it seriously, but that it wasn't taken more seriously, I think. I just feel like there's a little bit of a lack of follow through or support given my situation. I mean, I had a lot of support in the hospital while I was there, but I kind of want to look into these things further and know who I can talk to about this, to not just get answers, but see what options there are for a person in my situation. And I'm not really sure where to go for that. I think hopefully they've learned already that it's dangerous to force people to have foreign substances put in their body against their will. Yeah, I find this to be a bit of a difficult one because I'm not in the position, or nor have I been in the position of leading a nation. So even though, like I said in my submission, I don't think it's right that they forced this vaccine on us. I definitely wouldn't have had the vaccine if it weren't forced on me, or if I wasn't under the strong impression that I could be putting my clients at risk by not having the vaccine. Yeah, but I think the government did pretty well with the lockdowns and with all of the equipment that we received to do our jobs a bit more safely. So apart from the vaccine, I hope they also learn that they did some things right.
Welcome back to this session. We have 2 witnesses now, Dr. Matt Shelton and Dr. Alison Goodwin from New Zealand Doctors Speaking Out with Science. I'll ask them to introduce themselves to you. Dr. Goodwin.
Right, hello, yes, I'm Dr. Alison Goodwin. I've been a doctor for over 30 years now. First 10 years or so were in emergency medicine. Then I started general practice in 2009. I've been a fellow of the College of GPs since 2015. In 2019 and 2020, I was studying lifestyle medicine to learn more about how powerful nutrition or optimising nutrition, exercise, sleep, etc. were for reversing and preventing chronic disease. I had concerns in 2020 about the whole COVID pandemic.
I'll just pause you there, and we'll let Dr. Shelton introduce himself, and then we'll move on to the issues that we're here to talk about today. Dr. Shelton.
Yes, thank you. So I'm Matt Shelton. I'm now in my 40th year since graduating, and I've been a fully and consecutively registered doctor until 3 years ago. I started off originally in general practice and then moved fairly quickly into anaesthetics and intensive care, and came out here to finish my training, but got caught up in international medical politics, and found on the first day of work that I had to go right back to the bottom of the scale, so I chose not to do that and went back into general practice. I've also trained in nutrition and environmental medicine and have a fellowship in that, and taught mostly doctors at a postgraduate level for ACNEM, which is the Australasian College of Nutrition and Environmental Medicine, based in Australia, for 12 years, up until 2018 or 2019.
Thank you. Now, New Zealand doctors speaking out with science, or as it looks better in letters NZD-SOS. When did this, the group of people involved in this organisation begin to form a group?
Well, we began having discussions, some of us in 2020. We shared concerns around what we were observing, but we formally kind of coalesced Easter 2021, around about the time that a High Court challenge was being made around the legality of rolling out the vaccine to the entire population, where Section 26, I think it was, of the Medicines Act, was specifically about a provisional consent medication only being available for small numbers of people. So, and Alison actually wrote an affidavit for that case. So we really formed to support that process, and to send a letter of concern to the Medical Council and relevant decision makers.
Can I just check on those dates there? I think you said you formed in early 2020 when COVID first arrived. Is that correct?
April 2021.
2021.
April 2021.
My mistake,
okay.
sorry.
Yes, it was the provisional consent under Section 23 of the Medicines Act.
Why the group was formed. All right, thank you very much.
Yes, it was Plan B in 2020. So some of the doctors sort of were supporting Plan B or interested in what Plan B was saying in 2020. But then we formed you guys formed your own group in 2021 to support the court case.
All right. And the group that formed, where did its members come from?
Broad range of backgrounds. We had specialists, we had GPs, we had some people who had already known each other through integrative medicine, which includes things like nutrition. So we had some psychiatrists, an anaesthetist, gynecologists, GPs. So it was from across the range of specialties.
Right, but also dentists, vets and pharmacists, as well as medical practitioners.
Yes.
Thank you. So you formed specifically in relation to the vaccine. Can I just take you back a little bit further? As medical specialists, do you accept that COVID-19 in New Zealand in 2020 was a potential outbreak of disease requiring a serious public health response?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I signed a letter very early on in 2020 to the Prime Minister, asking her to consider seriously closing the borders, not locking down the country, but closing the borders whilst more information was coming. This was very, very early on. And subsequently, I felt much more reassured as information emerged about actually how similar this was in lethality to the type of influenza that I've worked through numerous times in my career.
And Dr. Goodwin, what was your position about the earlier preventative measures, the elimination measures taken in 2020?
In early 2020, yes, I thought it was reasonable perhaps to shut the borders and pause things to assess what was going on. But it was evident fairly early on that, as Matt said, it was an influenza, moderate influenza level illness. The average age of death was 82, and a small select group of people that were identifiable were most at risk, and the majority of the population was not at significant risk. And that was evident early on in 2020. And then I became increasingly concerned during 2020 about the response and the harm that was being caused by the response.
Which deviated considerably from standard pandemic principles that existed before that I wasn't across until I took the trouble to find out. But certainly, lockdowns, social distancing, masking, none of that, had an evidence base. You identified people who had showed signs of illness, and they would isolate at home. But the pre-existing thing was you maintain normal life, and the community is best served by going about their lives as normal as possible.
Well, yes. I was going to say fear and unemployment have health consequences and medical consequences, and nobody seemed to be taking that into account.
Do you accept that there were scenes on television from overseas, from Italy and from the UK and the United States, of something significantly worse than a seasonal flu outbreak?
There were some horrifying scenes very early on. Images from Wuhan, particularly. The first centre, and there were hotspots certainly in northern Italy and New York. But a lot of those were later regarded as certainly the Chinese ones as propaganda or fake or sort of fear generation. And we're not saying that there wasn't an illness that was very severe in some people, but we've been doctors all our lives, and we've worked through every winter there's a flavour of the month or several flavour of the month viruses that can carry people off, sadly, whose immune systems have aged with them. But there didn't seem to us to be any reason to depart from the way we'd always worked, and we can refer back perhaps to the swine flu, which is the most recent one in our memory.
We don't need to go back. So from your perspective, at least you, Dr. Shelton, this was just another winter at the office.
Well, no, there was a lot of fuss about it, and it was clear to me and some of my colleagues as well that it was the origins were suspicious, and I think these days nobody doubts that it originated from the Wuhan biolab, the Institute of Virology, but anybody at the beginning who asked about this or raised questions was of course labelled in the usual way.
Right, thank you. Dr. Goodwin, the deaths that we saw overseas, do you consider that was a variation on a typical flu season?
Well, I have to say I wasn't particularly, I don't watch TV, so I wasn't really watching what was on TV and what was being shown in early 2020, but I wasn't unduly concerned. I thought, oh yeah, this will be something that'll pass quickly, and I wasn't worried. But yes, I wasn't sort of looking at the propaganda, looking at the scenes on the TV at that time.
Do either of you, do you dispute, and I'll ask each of you, do you now dispute or accept the widely held view that the pandemic caused many deaths worldwide before the vaccine was available?
Well, any death is regrettable, so you'd have to define many. And there's certainly been questions raised all the way through about how do we determine dying with COVID, dying from COVID. Certainly people have died, but the relative, numbers, it's very important to try and separate, emotion from actually what the hard numbers say. And there was significant backtracking by authorities, particularly in the UK, Italy, and the US, where they all later revised down the numbers based on, looking at comorbidities. How many people who were otherwise healthy with no comorbidities actually died, and people treating physicians who were treating people, especially in the hotspots like New York. We're saying clearly this is an unusual illness. It is significant, but we are seeing dramatic reductions using early treatments. And as GPs, that was very exciting to us because we're keen in the front line, to do what we can. So we're not saying that there hasn't been a significant illness that has certainly killed some people.
So if we turn to the vaccine, and you will both have had wide experience with vaccines throughout your practices,
I've been vaccinating my whole life as a GP.
Dr. Goodwin?
Well, yes, I mean, it's part of a GP's work. I mean, more to discuss perhaps with the parents. I mean, the nurses probably do most of the administration of vaccines, but yes, to discuss with the parents, particularly when the babies come for their 6-week checks.
And you would understand that from the point of view of MedSafe, whose job it is to approve a vaccine, the benefit risk assessment is the question to be asked, isn't it?
Well, usually it is. But you know, we've had multiple concerns that we've written about, including in our substantial evidence to you, and on our website, nzdsos.com, where we've there are many posts, but also significant open letters where we've listed all of our concerns all the way through, with evidence, and for a and I have to disagree that it's a vaccine. It's more properly described as a gene technology. It is very, very different. It is not a traditional vaccine, and calling it as such risked sidelining perhaps a doctor's natural inquisitiveness or instincts. The clinical trial was for 2 months. There was no long-term safety data. Not a single physical vial of the injection passed through the Ministry of Health or MedSafe, and I've heard that from several sources within those departments. So it was a paperwork application, and it wasn't considered safe enough, actually, that MedSafe would approve it. They weren't happy with the risk-benefit ratio, which is why they passed it on to a Ministry of Health committee called the MAAC, the Medicines Assessment and Advisory Committee, which did then tell Pharmac to issue a provisional consent. Now, that's different from a fully registered medication. So it did not go through the normal processes.
The MedSafe concern at that point was that there was evidence of only limited protection from transmission at that stage, wasn't it?
Well, they actually had 58 concerns, actually.
No, they imposed 58 conditions, didn't they?
Well, they asked 58 questions of the drug companies that still needed to be satisfied. So they asked for more information. Yes, they did.
Yes, but do you agree that the decision was referred to the committee rather than made by the MedSafe authorised person himself because of the concern that the efficacy at that stage seemed to be limited to maybe only 2 months of protection?
Well, there were a variety of, with the risk-benefit assessment, you're weighing up the risks, the safety of it. Is it safe? And they had only 2 months of safety data from the Pfizer trial. And then the benefit. And the benefit, although we were told it was 95% effective, that is the relative risk reduction, and the absolute risk reduction was 0.84%, and that is the number that should have been explained to the population of New Zealand. So the efficacy that they were saying with 95% was based on the outcome of just 170 patients out of the 44,000 patients in the clinical trial. So 95% efficacy is a true number, but it's a relative risk reduction, and it's a misleading number. And MedSafe was aware that the efficacy was not 95%.
And they had identified, you're quite correct, they identified that the clinical trial was not powered to assess transmission, and it became fairly evident very quickly that it didn't stop transmission, it didn't stop people getting COVID anyway, and that was predictable from first principles of immunology and vaccinology, actually.
Is it fair to say that at the time the decision was made, the benefit of the Pfizer vaccine was expected to be both personal health benefits, that you wouldn't catch the disease, and the public health benefits of fewer people catching the disease and so less impact on the health system?
I think that was the expectation by the community at large, and as propagated by the government. That certainly was the messaging, and I think that was what people were intended to take away. And I sensed that the 95% was sort of Swedish rounded up to 100%, or supposed to be, in people's minds, to 100% effective, because 95% is nearly 100%, and that they also projected this onto the safety as well. And I think that was the intention of the messaging to the
Coming
people.
back to the decision made by MedSafe, do you accept that it was made with those intentions in mind?
Yes, there was wishful thinking that it would prevent infection of individual people and that it would prevent transmission, but the data did not support that at the time they approved it. And Chris James wrote, the risk-benefit assessment is not clear. And I cannot approve this. I mean, that's not quite the right words. I cannot approve it. But he declined to approve it himself and referred it to the MAAC committee.
So, were you aware by February 2021, when you came concerned, that other countries had used the vaccine as part of their COVID response?
Yes.
Yes, it started in December 2020, the rollout in other countries. So, yes, there were 3 months of data. Israel in particular had used the Pfizer vaccine exclusively. So there was data coming in from Israel, there was data from the UK, more about the AstraZeneca though.
And the US.
And the US.
Was your website running at that stage?
Not immediately, no. Our first activity was an open letter, and there were several back and forths. So we were mostly active in email threads. I can't remember when our website went up.
It was
would have been within a month or two.
Yeah, May, April, May, June. May, June 2021.
And did you become aware that while you had concerns, other groups, other individuals were satisfied with the reasoning that MedSafe was relying upon, and that the health advisors for the government continued to rely upon?
Well, we were having some communication with one or two of those health advisors from the beginning. We got one response to our first open letter from the chief medical officer, and that was really it. But clearly, the population, and that includes within the population, doctors and many other people, were clamouring for relief from a year of, being imprisoned in their homes on and off, the chopping and changing of the instructions. And I think it's very reasonable. And I've noted this week, and I have a lot of sympathy with people who say that they trusted the government and they really wanted somebody to do something and they wanted it all to go away. Now, that doesn't mean that what was done was correct, but it's a laudable and understandable instinct. The question arises, could and should the government have made better decisions? And this has been our issue all the way through.
I'm not asking you about what the people receiving this advice from government thought. I'm asking you about the people that were advising government that had views different to yours. Do you accept that they held those views genuinely based on the same data, the same avenues for information that you were looking at?
It's hard to know because it was impossible to have a conversation with them and ask and discuss things.
And they certainly didn't look at the data that we provided or answer any questions to reassure us or explain to us why we were wrong and why we shouldn't be concerned. And that's been the unifying theme all the way through, I have to say. So
Right. Did you begin to have concerns about guidance being given to doctors about how to deal with patients arriving for vaccines?
Yes, absolutely. In April 2021, the Medical Council issued a guidance statement to all doctors, the 28th of April 2021. A guidance statement that's, the effective message was that thou shalt be vaccinated yourself. You shall promote the benefits of the vaccine. There was no mention of the word risks. And there is no place for anti-vaccination messaging without a definition of what anti-vaccination messaging would be. And to me, that completely contradicted the existing 8-page document the Medical Council already had on informed consent, which says you must speak about the benefits or potential benefits of a product, but you must also speak about the risks, the uncertainties, the things that we don't know, and the alternatives. What else can you do? None of that was mentioned in this guidance statement, and as it's played out, talking about risks, uncertainties, alternatives fits into this anti-vaccination messaging in our experience.
We had medical legal guidance too that, I'll paraphrase, clearly in the context of an experimental vaccine with limited safety data, explaining this and that there is no long-term safety data is the only way to proceed in the context of an informed consent consultation.
Do you accept that the perceived public health risk is a relevant factor and something to be discussed with patients?
Yes, and the risk was overblown. Most people were scared witless. I mean, one of the young people yesterday left her job and raced back to Northland because she was so scared of COVID. She was not at significant risk at all. And so people had an overblown sense of their risk. They weren't being told, actually, if you're under 20, under 50, you'll probably be fine. You're not going to need any treatment or anything. And the other thing that was missing was treatment. People were under the impression there was no treatment. Well, that's just absolutely not the case. GPs are the experts in treating viral respiratory illnesses, but GPs weren't part of the equation. They weren't being questioned. They weren't being asked what they were seeing. But yes, people were frightened, very frightened, and unnecessarily so.
And treatments we could have used based on reports from treating doctors overseas and emerging clinical evidence, properly conducted clinical trials, were taken out of our hands, and doctors were censured or frankly punished if they tried to import them or use them for their patients.
Is it fair to say that your views on the scope for risks with the vaccine were heavily influenced by your understanding that there was not a serious public health risk with COVID?
For me, that was part of it, but there were many other things, many other alarm bells, or red flags, if you like, deviations from normal practice, particularly the communication channels within the profession, and the very polarized and obviously sort of fear-based sort of psychological influences that shut down the ability to have reasoned conversations, and particularly to discuss, clinical and scientific issues. All channels were blocked, and the abrogation of medical ethics, the inability to have questions answered or to discuss negative or concerning data, all of those things were very relevant to our assessment of what must be going on, and it seemed to us more at play than a moderate, mild to moderate cold to influenza type illness that most people experienced. So yes, we were skeptical and critical, and worked harder to try and understand what might be at play.
And as Matt said, it's not a traditional vaccine. It's not a vaccine in any sense of the public would have understood a vaccine to be before. We were injecting synthetic genetic material into the human body to make our own cells make a foreign protein. That's not how a normal vaccine works. And there were also lipid nanoparticles as well. So there was enormous potential for significant risk. And nobody seemed to be discussing, as Matt said, there's no forum for discussion or ability to get questions answered about these new things that were being used.
Thank you. I'm going to come on to adverse effects, adverse reactions that you observed and what the processes were for dealing with those. But just before I do that, Dr. Goodwin, when you gave evidence to the Commission a week or two ago, you spoke about particular concerns with giving the vaccine to pregnant women. Mm-hmm. And my question is, what was your understanding of the effects of COVID on pregnant women?
Well, the public messaging was that
No. What was your understanding as an expert who was involved in these areas of the effects of COVID on pregnant women? And
right,
you would have been looking to overseas because it wasn't really here.
Well, yes, that's right. I mean, I wasn't getting clinical experience with it because we didn't have COVID in New Zealand. So the reports from overseas were that it was significant. But again, I'm still waiting for the New Zealand science in particular to back that up. The pregnancy study in New Zealand that was looking at COVID in pregnancy and then added COVID vaccination. I mean, it hasn't published any data 5 years into the thing. So it's hard to get hold of data to actually back it up. I mean, the messaging, yes, was that COVID was deadly in pregnancy or serious in pregnancy, but, hard to find the data to back that up.
Well, there didn't seem to be any reliable data. And in fact, since then, there have been large studies, refuting that it's not a particular risk, and that unlike influenza, which can be more of a risk to younger people with functioning immune systems, COVID remained a risk mainly of the elderly and comorbid. And anyway, still the risks of using a brand new platform, well, it wasn't brand new, the platform itself brought with it significant risks. There's never been a single fully approved mRNA platform product ever. The absolute golden rule, the line that you never ever cross, unless you're an extremist, that you don't expose pregnant women and their babies to risk. And this is a pragmatic thing. This is about the future of humanity.
What about the risk of
Should
COVID?
have trumped. We already knew what the risk of COVID was, and talk of it being potentially dangerous in pregnancy, wasn't backed up and wasn't borne out, and there were treatments.
And it's treatable. This is the thing that's missed from the whole thing. It seems COVID or vaccine and all the spectrum of treatment in the middle is forgotten about. So, most pregnant women would have needed, the standard GP advice: rest, take fluids. And it'll get better. If you need something more, then there are treatments. I mean, you could also have ensured the vitamin D levels were adequate in pregnant women. I mean, in the whole population as well, because that had a association with lower seriousness of the disease. If you caught the disease, if you had adequate vitamin D levels.
There's a standard recommendation for the flu jab, for instance, which is a known quantity and has been around a long time, that pregnant women may benefit from it, but it's certainly not mandated. It's never coerced.
Just to come back, Dr. Goodwin, to your first answer, there was evidence relatively early on that COVID was a cause of complications in pregnancy, wasn't there?
Well, I mean, I didn't specifically see that, but again, possibly.
But just pause. You would have been looking for that, wouldn't you, in your concern for pregnant women getting this vaccine?
We heard, but along with that, there was messaging that was plainly inaccurate messaging that was fear-based, didn't match standard practice or evidence that was emerging. So around that time, there was talk of things like myocarditis and pericarditis being vanishingly rare, when in fact the reporting systems that we have, which are all universally accepted to underreport, sometimes quite dramatically, were flagging significant adverse effects and in fact deaths. And even before the first vaccine was given here in this country, there were signalling systems going off overseas that our regulators would have been aware of, the government would have been aware of, and ought to have looked at. And all we heard was, there's nothing to see here. Or rather, we're not seeing anything that we don't expect to see, which was a slightly sinister and twisted statement, I have to say. But we will continue to monitor. And so there were far greater concerns than any sort of theoretical risk. And certainly there wasn't a report in this country that pregnant women were dropping in droves from COVID when it did come in. But as doctors, we know that all infectious diseases can potentially affect the maternal immune system in unpredictable ways or ways that are different. But I certainly didn't get the impression, despite some of the messaging, that it warranted taking the risks of a new treatment into pregnant women. And certainly some, especially border workers, there were some that we knew of who didn't want to take the vaccine, but who were pregnant and who took it to keep their jobs. And that's untenable, in my view, from a medical ethics point of view.
Were you aware of studies showing that myocarditis was also a real risk factor from COVID?
There were studies saying that. As time's gone on, it's become clearer and clearer that this notion that COVID is more of a cause of myocarditis and it's more severe is frankly rubbish. Large literature reviews, narrative reviews, assessments of the broader landscape, and the real-world experience of doctors all around the world, including here in New Zealand, which, as I know, all you can look at, would actually say otherwise. And of course, we've included plenty of evidence in our written statement to you.
Well, yes, and I did an OIA because I was curious about that very question about, we were told that myocarditis was more severe in COVID than post-vaccination. So I asked the Ministry of Health, well, how many cases of myocarditis due to COVID infection have they been? Well, they couldn't provide me with a single case, and yet there were 900 plus cases of myo and pericarditis on the CALM Safety Report 46. by November 2022. So
I don't want to get into all the detail of all your submissions, but your request for it was of cases of people with COVID and myocarditis in hospital, wasn't it?
Well, myocarditis is a fairly severe disease, and most people who are properly diagnosed will likely spend some time in hospital.
Yes, but your Official Information Act request was of people with a COVID-19, was with COVID-19 and myocarditis, wasn't it? In hospital.
Well, yes. I mean, it doesn't say there weren't any, but there certainly weren't vast numbers of them if they couldn't sort of identify a single one for me, as opposed to the 900 cases following the vaccine reported to MedSafe in the first 2 years.
All right.
And I mean, it depends how you diagnose myocarditis. Is it just a transient troponin rise in an acutely sick person, or have you got an ECG with changes, an echocardiogram with changes, an MRI with changes? It depends how you diagnose.
Do you accept that on all these issues, and I mean all the issues that you have put in the submission that you've given to the Commission, there are experts with differing opinions?
Absolutely, and I would love to speak to some of those experts, but there has been a brick wall between the people that have different opinions.
And the other point here is that opinions, especially strong ones, high-level ones, need evidence. And one of the deficiencies we identified early on was a parade of people making statements in the media without mentioning a single study, but just trading on the fact that they're from the government,
and
we should trust them.
Yeah. Are there any positions that you've taken on some of the scientific issues that you've then wound back from over this course of a couple of years, 4 years?
I'm really having to dig around, our view, and I would perhaps just backtrack to who we are. I mean, there's now around about 300 of us, the majority of whom are medical doctors. So we do peer review our views on things. We try and triangulate, and we're constantly trying to find evidence that we're wrong. And in fact, we're more concerned now about graver safety issues, some of which we've written about in our submission, than we were at the beginning. So, no, there are some topics that we found there's either no point or have been trumped by other more urgent issues that we need to shout from the rooftops, for sure. But I don't think...
Well, so I'm struggling to think of something, but I mean, I'm happy to have something pointed out if there is something obvious, but...
Can you just list perhaps one or two each, any COVID-19 science issues on which you consider the government has acted on correct advice?
Has acted on correct advice?
Are you including the vaccine in that?
Yeah.
No?
Yes.
I think the initial response to prevent overseas travellers coming in was wise, and that was actually against the run of play, because the WHO was saying that actually it was racist to stop plane loads of people from Wuhan and other places in China coming into the United States, which was also suggested.
Let's just focus on the scientific evidence.
Well, they presumably felt they had science. I mean, that was perhaps standard pandemic principles. I agree strongly with Dr. Ian Town, who advised the government that children should certainly not be mandated, and that at least, he said, children should only have one dose, based on emerging evidence that myocarditis, especially in teenage boys, was more common after the second dose. And this was initial advice that he gave as the head of the CVTAG in 2021. Now the government, and specifically the then Director General of Health, pushed back on that. And the committee changed its advice, and this has been explored by different people using OIAs and getting the minutes of what went on in these meetings.
Well, yes,
so I think that was correct.
At one stage, a longer gap, to reduce a 6-week gap.
If there was going to be two doses.
Yeah.
I have referred you to a 2024 UK study of the health records of all adults that were vaccinated, which shows that the incidence of heart attacks and strokes was actually lower after COVID-19 vaccination. Was that a study that you had considered before?
I don't remember seeing that one specifically, but what there's well over 1 million, and I would suspect now approaching 2 million pieces of research that have been published in the time of COVID. So it's certainly possible to cherry pick, but there are a number of questions one has to ask. First of all, what would be the mechanism? Is there a plausible mechanism by which the vaccine would reduce things like that? And there's something called the healthy vaccinee effect, which was identified early and may well explain why the initial data did seem to suggest quite a strongly protective effect in the elderly, but only temporary. And that is that people who are very sick or near death may avoid or not have the vaccination. And that people who are keen to be in front line for the vaccine may already be very health conscious and health literate. But that effect is usually gone after a few sort of weeks or months. And I noticed that study only looks at people out to 25 weeks, but you have to correlate it with what's happening on the ground. And there are, to my mind, or to our mind, far more plausible mechanisms, demonstrable mechanisms for vascular harm, strokes, heart attacks, blood clots, neurological disorders, autoimmune sort of self-attack, including on the heart, and the myocarditis is a good example, than any mechanisms I can think of where the vaccine itself would directly improve the health of the lining of the blood vessels, which is where most of the vaccine is taken up. So, to answer your question specifically about this study, look, it's one of a number that have been hosted on the Ministry of Health website, etc., seeming to say things are safe. But, a rule of thumb, well, not a rule of thumb, a guiding principle in an experimental about which there is limited or no safety data is that if there's any negative data accruing, you stop the clinical trial and an independent safety monitoring board assesses in case this is a signal. So, the headline results of study like these can be quite beguiling or reassuring, but you have to look at the totality of evidence, and you have to be particularly suspicious and on the lookout for data that would suggest harm.
The World
Can I
Health...
make one more point? Sorry, just about this particular study. We looked very hard to see how they defined vaccination, when you're considered vaccinated relative to when you've had your dose. And throughout 2021 and 2022, there was a whole host of studies published that it turned out used what are called window counting errors. And that was where there was a deliberate misdefinition that you could remain in the unvaccinated group until up to 2 weeks after your second dose. If you had a reaction or if you caught COVID, you were considered unvaccinated. And there were lots of studies that were published that used this, you could say, mistake or this maneuver to appear to show differences, benefits that weren't actually there.
Right, thank you. Finally, the World Health Organization has referred to there having been more than 13,000 million vaccine doses
yes,
in the world.
13 billion, yep.
Do you accept that that is likely to be correct?
I think that's ballpark.
13,000 million.
5 or 6 billion people.
That's a billion, isn't it?
Yes.
1,000 million?
Yeah. 5 or 6 billion people have been vaccinated, and several doses and boosters, and that would be absolutely ballpark. Yes.
All right. Thank you. We are almost at our time limit, so I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions.
Commissioner Kavanagh.
Thank you very much. Dr. Shelton, can I just clarify something with you that you said earlier? Right at the very beginning of your testimony, you said that the numbers with COVID, and you talked about the United States, I think, there had been dramatic reductions using early treatments, which you said you were very excited about. And then a little later on, you said treatments were taken out of your hands. So could you please just step me through that and explain what treatments and what was taken out of your hands as a medical practitioner?
Certainly. The first manoeuvre was that hydroxychloroquine which probably has had the strongest evidence, certainly through 2021, for reducing severe outcomes, hospitalizations, death, intensive care admissions, was changed in 2020, I beg your pardon, from being something that GPs could prescribe to special authority was required, or specialist endorsement, I can't remember which, one of those two, which meant that the GP could no longer just write a prescription and hand it over. Then there was it's classified as a herbal medicine called Artemisia, which is actually on the World Health Organization essential medicines list. It's the most effective malaria treatment. It's an antiparasitic in areas of hydroxychloroquine resistance in Africa. So it's a very effective and well-known quantity. And MedSafe, for reasons, the reasons were clear actually, removed it from the shelves and made it a prescription-only medication. Now, not many doctors would have heard about that, but it's quite a staple in often complementary approaches to cancer. And then, of course, there's the whole vexed question of ivermectin, which was previously available under special authority for treating scabies. So it's another antiparasitic. And some strong and exciting and reassuring evidence started emerging, and that's only got stronger. And I'm one of the things I'm particularly in trouble with the Medical Council for, is claiming that there are many good, solid, double-blind, placebo-controlled trials and meta-analyses of those trials where you lump them all together, and that's considered the highest standard of evidence. And by the way, an expert opinion is considered the lowest standard. And that was roundly criticised, and people were put off by it being scathed in the media. And we received a letter from the GP College saying that it was dangerous and there was no evidence for it, and doctors could get in trouble for prescribing it. So it seemed that each time there was an opportunity to get stuck in and actually use something in practice, when COVID came into the country, which of course it didn't really in any significant state until sort of early 2022, really, they were all consecutively sort of taken out of our hands, which was, it was insulting for a start.
And unusual.
And it was unusual. And to be relegated to be heroic swabbers, contact tracers, and jabbers, which I believe was the exact words of the medical director of the GP College, was again unusual and somewhat sort of disabling in our ability to help people. Now, I was suspended by that stage anyway, so I didn't work through the COVID as it appeared. I was busy winning in court and having the court say that the Medical Council should stop their actions against me and I should be allowed to get back to work, following which the Medical Council immediately resuspended me. So again, this deviation from the normal way things are done was just yet another red flag that the imperative to get this injection into every arm had somehow captured all of our institutions, including the Medical Council, which actually took the view that this was a zero-risk medical product, by the way. And so I think that one of our recommendations should be that relationship between government and the political narrative of the time and our institutions should really be examined and needs to be repaired, because there is, a vowed loss of trust in some of our institutions. We hear about it all the time. And I think that's a very important thing to repair, is to get genuine independence back in. And so, yes, it's a source of great regret that we were not able to do our medicine and use our clinical skills and our clinical judgment, by the unique doctor with the unique patient in front of them. And that is the heart of medicine, is that precious relationship.
Can I just, I wanted some further clarification, if I may.
Sure, of course.
So you talked about all these potential treatments that could be beneficial being taken out of your hands. Why do you think that was? Why do you think that these treatments were taken out of your hands?
Well, that's one of the $50,000 questions, and I would love the Commission perhaps to explore that too. Certainly the the Pfizer contracts that have been released elsewhere, generally whistleblown because they're guarded, contain clauses which say that there's to be no competitor treatment. And because early on a decision was made, I mean, as early as March 2020, there was discussion on RNZ about looking for a vaccine. We paid $26 million to make sure we didn't lose out, and that this was to be the centerpiece of our response going ahead. And certainly in the United States and some other countries, you can't get an emergency use authorization for a drug if there are already existing treatments. So that's a legal thing. We don't have EUA, we have provisional consent, but presumably the similar things apply. But you'd have to ask the people that made those decisions, of course. We can only speculate.
Right. And my final question, so are you saying that the New Zealand Medical Council were acting in a kind of politicised kind of way to support government decisions?
That's certainly been our assessment. We do say that most definitely. And medicine has suffered, and our entire profession. Not only did we experience really the first professional mandate via the guidance document, but the very visible sort of silencing and censuring and lawfare, we would say, against people who felt they had no option but to speak out. Our fiduciary obligation, it's not just a duty, it's even higher than that, left us no choice but to try and raise concerns, given that we couldn't discuss them or get them acknowledged or told why we were wrong. And it's no accident that most of us are, longer in the tooth. We've certainly had, some younger doctors as well. But, it's experience is very important. I have no doubt that I'd have probably taken the injection in the first 10 years of my career if this had happened when I was younger. But, you can't unlearn things once you've learned them. And if we'd honoured medical ethics, protected BORA, which as far as we're concerned, the Bill of Rights lies bleeding and bruised through all this, and there are a number of other acts that we witnessed, statutes, being sidelined through all this. Our view is that COVID, when it came in, would have come and gone like all infectious pathogenic viruses do over 6 to 8 weeks, as happened in 2009 with the swine flu. And Tony Ryle was lauded, actually, as the health minister back then for his management. And
sorry to
that's
stop
all right.
you. You've answered my question.
Okay, thank you.
And clarification. Thank you very much.
You're
I
welcome.
need to pass to the chair. I think you have questions.
Yes, I do. You've indicated that you were, Dr. Shelton, you were suspended by the Medical Council.
Yes.
And that happened more than once?
They proposed to resuspend me, knowing that my annual practicing certificate was due. I made a choice that I would rather not have the ignominy yet again of being a suspended doctor, so I didn't reapply for my APC, which meant the Medical Council had nothing to suspend thereafter. So I didn't. So I haven't worked for 3 years. Oh, I've worked my tail off actually, but I haven't worked clinically.
Yes.
So which is a huge regret of mine.
You're not a registered practitioner?
I am registered. I'm on the Medical Council register.
On the register, but no practicing certificate?
No practicing certificate,
right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was clear to me that the Medical Council were not going to let me work, certainly not easily.
Government would normally take account of decisions by the Medical Council and would regard them as reliable?
They would.
And so, in terms of government decision-making, would you accept it was not unreasonable for them to rely on things like Medical Council decisions and other medical advice that they were given? In other words, decisions were open to government?
Yes, there have to be mechanisms, but sometimes those mechanisms break down, and it certainly seems these ones have.
Understood, but your criticism really is of what happened at a lower level than government decision-making. It's really about the advice that was given to government. Am I right?
Look, I don't know enough about what went on to comment. What I know is that we've got spectacularly high rates of illness. We've got an emerging cancer epidemic.
Look, we've got limited time. Just if you can confine your answer to my question.
Okay. Could you ask it again, please?
Do you accept that government is forced in an area like this to rely on expert advice?
It can choose to use expert advice, or it can choose to go its own way.
Well, you can choose a wide variety of expert advice or just a narrow variety of expert advice. I mean, GPs are the expert in viral respiratory illnesses, and GPs in general were not consulted.
Fine, but if it turns out that incorrect advice was given to government, we can't blame the decision makers for that, can we?
Well, that's not for us to answer that.
But it is for us to answer that because we've been asked to review key decisions made by government. So that's why I'm putting this to you.
Sure.
Is it a fault at the top level of decision making, or in your view, is it a fault by people who were advising government?
Well,
if the incorrect advice has been given, then it's the people who've given the incorrect advice that's the problem.
And as we explained, if I could just answer in our submission, what was unique about the decision-making process and the quality of those decisions this time round, it seems, was the unprecedented nature of the panic and the messaging and the use of fear as a tool. And of course, when you're frightened, logic goes out the window.
Just pause there. That doesn't deal with the question I'm putting to you, because I'm saying if the government was basing their decisions on advice that was given to them, whether right or wrong, those decisions were not made in bad faith. They were made in accordance with normal decision making at the top level, unless you've got evidence that there was some form of a wrong motive or bad faith involved.
Well, I think you have to consider what the top level is then, because certainly the same chain of decision making, much of it ultimately doing far more harm than good, occurred in other countries in a very similar manner.
Well, we're not talking about other countries, we're talking about New Zealand.
Well, that's my answer. I don't know what the top level is. Right. And you'd have to ask the people themselves exactly what the decision-making process was. But we certainly weren't able to get our concerns.
We couldn't contribute to the decision-making progress.
We've got to keep this, keep a clear record of this, so please don't talk over the top of one another. Now, you've said that, I think you've both said, certainly one of you has said that mRNA vaccines were not a traditional form of vaccine. I've personally read a brief of evidence given by a top UK scientist given to the UK inquiry, in which he said that there's no fundamental difference between traditional vaccines and mRNA.
Completely disagree.
I can understand you may not disagree, but do you accept that there is expert opinion that goes the other way?
Yes.
Well,
we accept that's their opinion.
That's their opinion.
I would wonder how expert that is.
Yes, and how they'd got there. I mean, I'd want to have a discussion with that. I mean, the general public's idea of vaccine, what was given to them under the, labelled a vaccine during COVID, was not a vaccine in any sense that they would have understood a vaccine to be previously.
No vaccine has ever turned all the cells that take up the vaccine into a factory to produce a foreign protein that provokes an immune response. And will actually target cells that express that protein on its surface, which is what happens, for immune attack. There's never been a vaccine like that.
All vaccines are designed to produce antibodies?
Yes, but not antibodies against human cells that are making you don't normally give a vaccine to turn human cells into factories for spike protein, and then those cells themselves, those human cells, become a target of the immune system.
And
if your heart cells are making spike protein, then your heart cells potentially are a target of your own immune system, and that's how the myocarditis happens.
I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on this topic, but are you able to refer to any, and you may have already done this, so forgive me if I've overlooked it, are you able to refer to any papers from a reliable source which distinguishes mRNA vaccines from traditional vaccines?
Oh, there are numerous papers. I can't off the top of my head give you a name and an author.
Byron Bridle, the Canadian immunologist, vaccine developer, he spoke, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Right.
He
Well,
will have written and clarified that sort of.
If you can just point out in your submissions, perhaps send us an email to identify where that material is, that would be very helpful.
And we have a New Zealand immunologist who's given affidavits in various cases.
Who's that?
Simon Brown, who I'm sure has covered this already and would be able to assist further.
Now, you've indicated that there are a very large number of studies. I think you mentioned a figure of 2 million studies. Do you accept that the safety and efficacy of the various vaccines that we used against COVID are a matter of now great debate and dispute?
Well, from our point of view, there is not much dispute that there's unprecedented levels of harm. There've been deaths, there've been disability, and the moment there was the first, we've had 5 deaths where ACC has paid out a benefit. There were nearly 70,000 reports to CALM. 20,000 of those were serious adverse effects. So this is the sort of data actually that matters. The moment the first injuries started happening, then there was clearly a knowledge within government that there were some harms, and to continue in the face of likely further deaths and injuries and disability is far more it's egregious, and somebody needs to account for that. This is the sort of data that we should actually be looking at rather than arguing about this study or that sort of study.
But you surely must accept that there is a fundamental and difficult question about causation in this area.
Yes. Well, all of the Bradford Hill criteria are satisfied, actually, and as long as the people that we're asking questions and sending data to refuse to engage and remain silent, do not tell us why we're wrong, do not tell us why they're ignoring the elephant in the room. Yes, please do.
So just with regard to causality, I mean, I've been helping a number of people with their ACC claims. And I mean, obviously with ACC, you have to prove that the vaccine is the cause. I have suggested that people go back to CALM. They've reported their adverse event to CALM, the Centre for Adverse Reactions Monitoring. I've asked them to get CALM to provide them with the causality assessment so that they know what CALM thought. Now, as a GP, I assumed that when somebody reported an adverse event to CALM, the people at the other end receiving them would gather the medical notes. They'd ring up the person and talk to the person, find out the story. They'd get the medical notes and maybe talk to the GP and find out, and then they'd go through either the Bradford Hill criteria, or there's WHO criteria, or there's Naranjo criteria. There's various different ways that you can assess causality. And they'd come up with yes, I think this is highly likely to be caused by the vaccine, or this is not caused by the vaccine, or this may be. Not a single person that I've suggested to go to CALM has managed to get anything that remotely resembles a causality assessment. They get told, the coroner decides the cause of death. And I'm thinking, well, that wasn't the question that the person asked. The person asked, did you think the vaccine caused the death? It doesn't seem that there's anybody, that when people have asked and tried to get hold of that information for their personal ACC claim, it goes round in a circle. Nobody is ultimately determining that causality. And just with regards to CALM doing that, normally they would get 3,000 to 5,000 adverse event reports for all medicines in a year. And in the first year, in 2021, there were 58,000 reports for just one medicine. So, I mean, I can't see how they could possibly do a proper causality assessment for 58,000.
Well, surely you must accept that COVID and COVID vaccines were the intense subject of public focus at that time, so that's going to influence the number of people who respond to pharmacovigilance issues.
It might, but equally, it might be genuine harms.
Yes, but
and unless you investigate that and you consider that possibility, and a fraction only of the serious injury reports that were received were ever actually considered by the independent safety monitoring boards that met monthly.
Right, but
yes. I mean, we've given you an example or directed you to on our website the story of a 30-year-old gentleman who died 25 days after his vaccine. The Independent Safety Monitoring Board, in writing, in their communications, have said we didn't assess his death.
He died of...
We are not failing to accept that there are some people who have suffered harm, because that's now very well established in the areas of myocarditis and pericarditis. It's the extent of the harm, it's the extent of it's the causation issue and the extent to which vaccines have caused harm that is the big issue for the Commission. And so,
well, it's not an argument for us. You know, we're very, very clear that there are significant harms. Of course, we don't know how many, but we look and we see the mechanisms that would normally identify and engage with that, turning away or being derailed or dismantled. And a great example was the amendments to the Coroners Act. A coroner no longer has to consider or discover the circumstances surrounding a natural cause of death.
I'm going to have to interrupt you there. We've run out of time, but we're very, very grateful for your contributions, and you can rest assured that we will think seriously about the issues that you've raised and will include those findings in our final report.
Welcome back to this next session of the Commission of Inquiry. This witness is Jacinta O'Reilly from an organisation called FACT. Kia ora, Jacinta, could you introduce yourself to us, please?
Oh, kia ora, my name is Jacinta O'Reilly. I'm speaking to you on behalf of FACT, a fight against conspiracy theories. We are a charitable trust formed to in response to some of the misinformation that was being shared from early in the pandemic.
And I think, did your group have its genesis in concerns about conspiracy theories arising out of the community response to the mosque events?
Yes, that was where I met Anke Richter, who was one of the people who started the group. She was reporting on the community response, and I was talking to her about the connection with the Great Replacement conspiracy theory that was referenced by the shooter.
Right. And I think when the COVID pandemic arrived, the group became closer and recognised the need for a space where people impacted personally by conspiracy theories could connect and learn. Is that correct?
That's right. We made a Facebook page we called Rabbit Hole Resistance.
And did that Facebook page deal, amongst other things, with COVID conspiracies?
Yes, at the time, that was the primary form of conspiracy that was causing distress.
Can you give us some examples of the kinds of things that you were talking about on that page?
Well, we were talking about how COVID was not a part of a global conspiracy to depopulate the planet, that it was not related to 5G. That sort of, like, some of the conspiracies were pretty crazy, but some of them were more believable. In that time, people were very suspicious of 5G.
And what sort of people would come to your Facebook group to talk?
There were people who just frightened by the conspiracies, but quite a lot of people, possibly the majority, had family members becoming estranged or becoming very difficult because they had adopted conspiracy theories, and that was impacting their whole lives and their relationships with other people.
So out of the Rabbit Hole Resistance Facebook page, did the FACT organisation form?
Yeah, we decided we wanted to get together, become more official, make ourselves, communicate with each other so we could act on behalf of a group rather than just as individuals. And we became a charitable trust so that we would be transparent.
And were you attempting to act collectively by that stage?
We made a communication group, and if we did anything, we discussed it and got agreement of the majority before we did anything. Actually, mostly everybody agreed anyway.
What were some of your early actions taken?
One of the first was to go out to an MIQ hotel, a couple of them actually, where there was a protest against MIQ, saying that was part of the global conspiracy, and just give the people working there a thank you letter so that they could know that not everybody was suspicious of them.
Can you remember any other topics that came in front of you?
Hang on a minute, sorry.
Were
Just got a bit lost for words. As the pandemic progressed and as the vaccine rolled out, yeah, there were a number of issues that we were worried about. We saw some anti-Asian and other racist stuff, always often as an undercurrent to the COVID conspiracy, and that was translated at the time of the Parliament protest into some racist and anti-Semitic graffiti. There was the conflation of anything to do with climate change as part of this United Nations World Health Organization attempt to depopulate the planet. That's sorry, I'll just go on because I just lost my train of thought there. But at the beginning, there was a contention that the vaccines turned you magnetic. And a friend of mine told me her mum was terrified after she was vaccinated because a spoon stuck to her skin. So I suggested she dry her skin on the spoon carefully and try again. And of course, it didn't stick anymore. But, that was the sort of thing that people were being encouraged to believe. And my friend who's immune compromised could have been persuaded to not get vaccinated and she would have been less safe.
Were there issues to do with deaths from the vaccination or from COVID that you were involved in collecting information about?
One thing that I remembered noting was that on the Facebook page of a well-known vaccine skeptic, that there were suggestions that people who had died from the vaccine, and there was some reports that they had the families of people who had died unconnected to the vaccine were being harassed to admit that their family member had recently been vaccinated and that was why they had died. And I also remember on that same page, the person who managed it was told about another commenter had walked past somebody in the supermarket and was convinced that the person she walked past had a vaccine injury. She didn't speak to them, but the suggestion was made that she report that to CARM. Yeah.
So when these topics came across your radar, what would you do about them?
Well, sometimes there were different things we did when we saw events that were being run by groups or individuals that were spreading misinformation about COVID or vaccines. We did try to deplatform them. We asked venues that they were using if they were sure that they wanted to host people with these sort of ideas. And sometimes the venues said, no, we definitely don't want to host ideas like that. Sometimes we complained to professional bodies, if these people were professionals. Sometimes we just shared a debunk of the information when it was well done. There was quite a lot of debunking of the most common information.
And just thinking about the debunking, I think, did you do that on your Twitter and Facebook pages?
Yeah, we used Twitter and Facebook, and we also had a web page where we shared often different kinds of information. Twitter is great for putting up a lot of different links. Facebook, not so much, but it's an opportunity to talk to people who want to respond to what you've said.
So what sort of links were you putting up? How did a link get to go up on your Twitter account or your Facebook account?
Well, we always checked what was said in the link first. We didn't just pick it because it was somebody that we liked or trusted, and we wanted it to be relevant. There's an American, I think he's a microbiologist, who debunked a lot of stuff, and then there were locals as well. There were, I haven't really actually checked if they're okay with me naming them, but I guess as they were public, people like David Hood shared figures and numbers, and there was a selection of different things. We have our Twitter threads are still there, so if people are interested, they can check the individual ones and see if they have a problem with them. And also a number of our threads are on ThreadReader, so they can be checked. And the Facebook page is open access, so people can see what we've said there.
And how did you check what you were sharing?
Well, if it was a video, we listened to it, and we did check if there were any numbers mentioned. I mean, we're not super duper scientific experts, but most of what was shared was designed for an ordinary audience with some skill and sophistication about understanding things like means and standard deviations is probably the most complex thing. So we were able to check it, and we always did before we shared it. And we also checked it collectively, not just like me.
And what was your guiding principle as to whether you would share something online or not?
If it was useful, if it was relevant to whatever was happening in the moment, and if it was clear, I guess. Can't think of anything else we used.
Did you also talk on your social media pages about how misinformation can work?
Yes, when we realized that people were not really inclined to just take on good scientific information and change their minds, we decided that another good strategy was what's called pre-bunking, which is where you explain not what people are going to tell you, but how you are going to be communicated to. Right, there's lots of stuff about how advertising works to change people's minds. And if people realize how that is being used by some of these less reliable organizations, it inoculates them against being sucked into a funnel of disinformation.
Were you talking about things like critical thinking and logical fallacies?
Yeah, we tried to share how those can help you be a good consumer of information, so that there's quite a lot online, about that, but we tried to choose ones that were accessible and friendly. We never wanted to sound like or actually make people feel bad for making a mistake about what they believed. We've all made mistakes about facts because that's the way humans work. But we wanted to help people be the most critical thinkers they could and not get distracted by, especially by the emotions that some of these bad actors got wrapped up.
So, what did you see in the in terms of people becoming upset and unkind to other people because of disagreements about information?
Well, people got upset with us, like on the Facebook page. They would begin by being very reasonable and asking questions, but they would also get quite abusive quite quickly. That's just a background noise to what we do, really. That's why there are only 3 people on the board of the Charitable Trust, and there's only 1 person here today because we feel a bit vulnerable. And we actually got a somewhat threatening email this morning noting that we were appearing here.
So
sorry, I don't know if I answered your question there. I might have got distracted.
That's all right. Do you think that you managed to reply to each harmful conspiracy theory that you came across online?
Oh no, there were so many, and they have so many iterations. We tried to do ones that were important and ones that we could be convincing about. And there are so many conspiracy theories around, and some of them are quite harmless. I haven't seen any harm caused by the flat Earth theory. Not really conspiracy, but it's a mistaken theory. And there are other things that we don't really need to deal with. There was just the ones that were causing harm, that were interfering with people's making good decisions about vaccines for themselves and their families, making good decisions about masking, and, stuff like that.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have some positive responses to people who had approached your page expecting to disagree with it?
Yeah, I don't know if we changed these people's minds, but we certainly changed their minds about the fact that everybody in the anti-conspiracy space thought that they were awful for believing a conspiracy. That's absolutely not the case. Some real-world events can only be explained by a conspiracy. It's just a matter of choosing the one with the best evidence. And sometimes it's just the way people have lived their lives and the backgrounds they have. We would never blame somebody for believing a conspiracy, but we do tell them that it's a conspiracy and why we think so.
All right. Did you put out public communications on a regular basis?
Yeah, we put articles on our webpage and shared them on our Facebook and Twitter. And we also have a regular newsletter now that will summarize all the things that we've been saying in the recent past.
All right. Thank you. Have you had some government assistance to assist with this project?
We had a grant from Internet New Zealand to help with combating misinformation online. And we had another grant from, DPMC, or some combination of those letters, to for the same thing, to help combat disinformation. although because we had capacity issues, we returned the majority of that grant at the end of the period.
So having managed these, or being part of a group managing these social media accounts and having these aims of combating misinformation and conspiracy theories during the pandemic, do you have any lessons, any things that you think could be done differently in the misinformation conspiracy space?
I think that the government made the decision not to engage with conspiracy theories, and I understand completely why they did that. But unfortunately, it did leave a big gap in that a lot of completely unacceptable stuff was left online with nobody talking about it. And one of our motivations was to just let people see that there was another side to that story, that it wasn't necessarily true if they said there were, piles of bodies after every vaccination clinic. I'm exaggerating here. Nobody said that. People needed to hear that there was another side and that rational, ordinary people had another story to tell. I'm also a great believer that community organizations of many kinds, not just anti-misinformation ones, are very useful in spreading good information and also in helping people negotiate the complexities of something absolutely terrifying. I'm from Christchurch, so the earthquake taught me that.
Thank you, Ms. O'Reilly. I'm just going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you today.
Not from me, thank you.
Ms. O'Reilly, you said that you had received a threatening email this morning because you were appearing before the Commission today. Did I understand that correctly?
Well, it wasn't terrifyingly threatening. It was mildly threatening. It told us, or possibly they just meant me, that we would be subject to some tribunal with, I don't know, appropriate punishment or something. I can forward it to you guys if you like, so you can see what it's like. It didn't fill me with terror.
I would like you to send that to us, please. I won't ask you about the detail of it. I just have one other issue to raise with you, and it relates to the question of monetization of websites and other digital communication places where people might make money from spreading disinformation. Do you have anything that you can help us on that about?
Well, it's not really my area of expertise personally, but I do know that if you get a certain number of views on your YouTube video, you get money. I think you can also advertise, and of course you can associate yourself with products. So a lot of COVID misinformation people, I'm not sure I should say a lot because I don't know the numbers, but a significant number for sure, are associated with themselves or other groups that sell health products that are reported to help with COVID or prevent it. So there's an enormous industry of health products, and COVID misinformation has definitely boosted it.
Right. So there are two ways in which people could make money from misinformation. I'm sure there are more than that, but at least two ways. One is by promoting health products that are said to assist when you've got COVID. The other is perhaps to publish highly controversial information which gathers a lot of clicks onto your website, for which you might get rewarded by a provider. Have I got that right?
I don't know about the rewarded by provider. It might be that you need to have an arrangement to advertise stuff on your page, but and this is my ignorance. I'm not telling you that that's the way it is. You definitely can solicit donations and then pay yourself a nice, surprisingly large salary for doing the thing that you're soliciting donations for doing. So yeah, there are lots of other ways, I'm sure.
Did you have any experts that you consulted in relation to particular issues?
We had a couple of doctors. One of our trustees is a doctor. And if we had a specific question that needed an answer, we would have, I'm sure, consulted an appropriate expert, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. Mostly what we did was share information, information from appropriate sources anyway. So we didn't really need very much stick our necks out and say this is the truth we are establishing.
Right, thank you very much, Ms. O'Reilly. That's been very helpful. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We're now up to our final session for today, and we are joined by immunologist Dr. Graham Le Gros. So I'll start by asking Dr. Le Gros to introduce himself.
Well, thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. Really important work that you've been doing this week, and I've been following it with some interest. My qualifications, I'm a professor of immunology. I've got 50 years experience of working both in animals and in humans, and all aspects of infectious disease. That's viruses, bacteria, parasites, fungi, and of course my major expertise is in the immune system and how you either make a vaccine against these infectious diseases or you use the immune system to fight cancer and things like that, or you regulate the immune system to stop it from causing allergy and asthma. It's a very complicated system, very powerful. It's in every part of our body, but it actually keeps us safe from many things. And I've had that training both here in New Zealand, in the States at the NIH, and also I've worked in Switzerland for 5 years on various aspects of human immunotherapy design, of immunotherapy products. My present employment, I'm actually just retired, and I'm a deputy chair, it's an honorary position, of the Mulligan Institute Trust Board. But previous to that, I was the director and CEO of the Mulligan Institute of Medical Research. I also led the VANS, Vaccine Alliance, Aotearoa New Zealand, Ohukaitu, which is really the coming together at the time of the COVID pandemic of bringing together people that can create, to literally use the Maori translation, the shield to protect people from the virus.
Excellent. Can you just, so this is the Vaccine Alliance Aotearoa New Zealand. Can you tell us a bit more about that, how it was started and who its members are? And
I think to understand how it was formed, you've got to understand, just take your time, your minds back to what was happening when we're hearing the first reports coming out of China, that there was a new virus, a virus that could be linked to something like SARS-CoV-1, which we knew had a high lethality. And we were all concerned because we had been following. We knew there was going to be a pandemic of a virus at some stage because the way the world was globalized, the way people moved around. And we know that viruses are always cooking up something new because we're a very easy target population. So when we first started to hear the news of this new virus, unknown, with very dramatic effects, it wasn't just killing old, sick, immune-suppressed people. It was killing young doctors who were treating those people. And it was very frightening. And we didn't know what would happen to that virus. So as a group of scientists around New Zealand and people involved in vaccine manufacture and academics and biochemists, we've decided to form an alliance across all sorts of organisations to see if we could mount what would be needed for New Zealand in the event the virus came to New Zealand and how we could help in that response. I'll just detail some of the major things that we presented to government, and the major things that we were tasked with doing was, one, we had to prepare a white paper on all the virus and immunology capability that was in New Zealand, in case New Zealand was left on its own, had to rely on its own resources to mount a response or a vaccine or some kind of antiviral medication, etc. We had to form an alliance with CEPI, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness, which is the large international body tasked with overseeing all the vaccines being built in the world against COVID, but also any adverse reactions, any kind of problems that could be occurring. We needed to link with that international body. We had to have actually authentic, proven, credible leadership, and we hired immediately a very fortunate Dr. Fran Pretty, who had experience both in Africa and the United States in bringing new vaccines into a population and all the problems associated with that. And she really helped the clinical program and led that program and providing advice to New Zealand. We also were tasked with making a vaccine in the event there was no vaccine made available to New Zealand from elsewhere, because we didn't know at the time what vaccine would work. So we had enough expertise going from discovery, design, discovery, research and preclinical studies, all the way through to vaccine manufacturers scale up with our partner South Pacific Sierra down in Timaru. So we brought that coalition together and set about creating a pipeline of opportunity there. We also felt very important that as experts in the areas of immunology and vaccine design, we had a really important role to keep abreast of the international developments and also feed that back into the community through the various forms that were operating, whether it be the Samoan Capital Radio, Ministry of Health officials. It was our task to provide that expertise, and we had that expertise for the country. And also not to close down. I think it was really important at that time. Someone had to have the lights on, and the Malacan Institute was uniquely placed that we're independent of many other places, so we could keep the lights on and do our research that was needed.
Thank you. While we're on the topic of your qualifications from that role and qualifications to speak to the topics we're speaking about today, I'd like to understand a bit more about your processes for reviewing scientific literature in the area. We've earlier witnesses today have spoken to papers that they say have not been available elsewhere and are making sure that some of this research is made available. And I just want to ask in general terms, without going into those specific papers at the moment, but do you come across papers that ostensibly raise concerns with the safety of the vaccine or other issues, and how do you make sure that you find and see that information?
It's our duty as scientists and experts in the area to read all papers and consider all possibilities. Of course, history has always proven that sometimes you miss something or get something slightly wrong. So it behooves us to actually read everything and understand everything. Now, when COVID started, there's maybe 1 or 2 or 3 papers a month coming out. Now there are literally thousands of post-vaccine studies, etc. It is an enormous undertaking to keep up with the literature. So now we use the power of AI to actually monitor some of the things going on, and that's very important. We use the power of people tasked with writing reviews and looking at all the different clinical trials. So there's ways of consolidating the massive amounts of information. Now, you refer to papers or points of view or scientific understanding that is not in the accepted or normal mainstream published literature. Social media, for instance. Believe it or not, we keep an eye on those things too, because one can never be so arrogant that one knows everything about the human body and about infectious diseases, and certainly about viruses. So we would pride ourselves that we keep the true scientist and the scientist, and we have processes for making sure that we do review and give fair credit to people who have valid points to make. But I must make one point. For those that who do get their papers rejected or they're not considered by mainstream journal outlets, they may want to consider that maybe they have misinterpreted or go back and argue the case. You don't just go off into your corner and say, oh, they don't understand me, and I'll just have my own alternative. The only way we can survive as a humanity is that we actually engage together and discuss things together.
And I'll take it, some of our witnesses also referred to articles and have referred the Commission to articles that are published, but I take it from that you will consider everything that's in the published journal.
I have been very interested in this proceedings, and I've gone on the internet and listened to some of the people that were mentioned today and tried to follow some of the arguments that they are making just to see what valid points they might have. So very open to those sorts of things.
Thank you. Right, we're going to ask you first to talk a little bit about vaccines in general from your expertise, and I wonder. Again, today we've heard talk of traditional vaccines being different than the particular vaccine we're looking at today. But I wonder if you could just explain to us vaccines in general, a little bit of where they come from and how they work. In very simple and brief terms.
Well, that is a difficult thing, but I think that. Most people have experienced vaccines, and vaccines is 200 to 300 years old. Some say it goes back a couple of thousand years because some wise old people realised that rubbing some crust, say in the smallpox case, from cows and that sort of thing can actually protect you from the real disease of smallpox. But it's basically about 100, 120 years old, and it's a constantly evolving science. It started off with very crude approaches where once the germ theory of a disease was understood, that actually bugs in our environment or from each other can cause quite serious disease, people set about, well, how can we use the body's natural immune system to fight that disease? And so various ways to modify, kill, attenuate, which means grow them in other organisms so they actually lose their pathogenicity for humans. Can we make vaccines that way? They're the traditional ways of 100 years ago. But as we have developed biochemical techniques, genetic techniques, we've been able to take out only those parts of a virus or a bacteria that we need to make the immune response to. And that's very important to consider. Just throwing whole bugs into a person makes a very crude, actually relatively dangerous vaccine. If one remembers the old pertussis vaccine, you put into your little kids, and there can be quite violent reactions. We now have a vaccine for pertussis where it only takes out the bit that actually will neutralise the bacteria or actually causes the problem. And this is the wonderful way that the sciences of biochemistry, genetics has really interfaced with vaccinology to make safer, better vaccines, certainly over the past 20 years. I can make a point. Some vaccines cannot evolve. Things like the flu vaccine, which we're currently stuck with, it's a 30-year-old technology, grown in chicken embryos of all things. And people want to stay with that? No. We want to move on. And I think there's real possibility now that we've seen such great advances with the RNA technology, we can now move to a flu vaccine with an RNA technology. And that's very exciting for the world.
Can you take us then through the development of that technology? So when COVID came along and we didn't have a vaccine and there were efforts all around to develop a vaccine. Can you talk to us about that process?
I think one myth I'd like to dispel that somehow it's a new technology. This thing is, RNA technology is at least 30 years old. It's been applied for cancer, it's been applied to curing some quite Ebola, it's been applied to doing rabies, horrible, horrific diseases, and it's actually in clinical trials right now. So there's a 30-year history of that. Second,
can I just pause you on that one for a second? Yeah. Again, this morning we had a witness who described that particular history as being a reason for concern, i.e. that the technology had been around for so long, but in that time we didn't have safe ways of using it to this scale as being a reason to be worried about the vaccine.
That is mischievous, I dare to suggest, because that's not what was holding it up at all. What's holding it up is, in the case of Ebola, it's a rather random disease. It's very hard to ethically start just putting a vaccine in people, and you have to wait a bit for the Ebola outbreak, if you like, and testing that. You've got to get, under our current capitalist system, you have to get the drug company to see enough money available, enough people who are going to have Ebola to actually justify the hundreds of millions of dollars they're going to have to invest to make a vaccine. If people want to, if the governments want to change that and just give a company the money to do that, an Ebola vaccine would have been made ages ago.
You're saying it would have been made with this same technology,
Yes,
is that your view, right?
There's been a slight, I just also want to address the lipid technology. People talk about the way...
Again, sorry, just to interrupt, that this is the LNPs that we've heard
Thank
people
God
talk about?
Into the acronyms, yes. The LNPs. That is also an old technology. In fact, from the beginning of time, we've always known that if you can encapsulate proteins or bits of the bacteria or virus in little vesicles and actually make it's called an emulsion, it actually makes the most effective vaccine. And that's called adjuvants, Freund's adjuvant, complete Freund's adjuvant, and that's a very old technology. What's been a bit of the breakthrough, it is a sort of scientists tend to be guilty of getting very excited about their one contribution to discovery, but the improvement on this has been the ability to really precisely put lipid around an RNA and very quickly to protect it, because RNA is so vulnerable and so fragile, it normally disintegrates, and that's actually been the barrier to using its power for a safe and effective vaccine. The fact that we could actually basically run the lipid and the RNA together in the same stream, and then you come out with encapsulated stuff. That was it's a funny little fluidics device.
Thank you. I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit more about the process of how the mRNA vaccine works, and just talk us through that for...
Well, I'm glad I hope people are listening to this, because we just have to take our bodies, and we know that our bodies are made up of cells. And we know we're made of several hundreds of millions of cells. And each one of those cells comes with its own little nucleus, which contains DNA, and the DNA contains the genes. And I'm sorry, I've got to give you a little, just brief, the DNA, the genes, they then make little messengers that go out into the cytoplasm, the outside of the, well, not the outside of the cell, the bit before the outside of the cell. That's where proteins are made, where it's a muscle protein or a membrane surface or a receptor or whatever, and that uses messenger RNA. The DNA gets changed into a code of messenger RNA. It's a messenger. It's called messenger RNA, and it instructs the machinery in the cytoplasm of the cell to go and make a protein, which we all understand. It's like milk proteins or muscle proteins. And what's been quite clever with this RNA vaccine, or the ability to really use it, is the fact that you can put in this RNA, it goes inside the cell, and it only goes into the cytoplasm and starts making protein, the protein that we want it to make, which is the viral component, in the case of COVID, that we need to make an immune response to. It doesn't make anything else that it actually confuses the immune system. Just the spike protein as an example. Everyone remembers that word, the spike protein, which is what you do need to make an immune response to neutralize the virus. So that's the power. You can actually put in just a messenger that makes the one protein that you need to make an immune response to. What happens to that? RNA is very quickly degraded. It's within minutes to an hour. And so then that's gone. The protein lasts a lot longer. It actually is on the surface of the cell in the case of the COVID-19 vaccine. And the immune system, for reasons I don't have time to go into, the immune system of each one of us as individuals sees it as foreign and immediately starts making an immune response. An antibody response, a T helper immune response, a cytotoxic T cell response. There's a lot of different types of immune responses, which we don't have time to go into. However, it is seen as foreign to that person, and then the immune system just takes over and makes all the materials and agents that will neutralize the virus, or what it thinks is a virus. And that is destroyed. And often the cell producing that protein is destroyed.
Can I pick up on that point? Because we've heard some concerns today also that by using this mechanism, this vaccine turns our cells, I think the phrase was, turns our cells into a factory that produces spike protein, being a dangerous protein, and then also turns our immune system response against our own cells as opposed to against a foreign
body. That's the power of the
body.
immune system. That's why I don't have enough time to explain to you that the immune system, of course, every day, every second of the day is looking at things coming out of your cells to see if they're self, non-self. The immune system of our bodies has been programmed to absolutely exquisitely distinguish anything that shouldn't be there versus everything that should be there. It's amazing.
You've said just a little bit earlier that the cell that produces it may then be killed.
Yeah.
Is that a problem?
That's a normal process. All cells that actually deliver to the immune system and go to the lymph node, they eventually die. They actually have a short half-life, if you like, as well. Once they leave the skin, say, or they go off to the lymph node, and then that's it. It's a really surefire way, a safety way of making sure nothing goes on for too long.
Thank you.
Can I just make another point?
Let's go for it.
Because you stopped me, actually.
Sorry,
so,
yes.
So the RNA gets degraded and gone. The protein stimulates an immune response, a normal immune response to the virus, spike protein. And then you make a whole lot of cells that then can live in your body for many months to years, waiting in case that spike protein or a virus bearing that spike protein comes back again. And the memory response, the immune response, is so devastating, you don't even feel it when you get an infection.
This speaks to some of the other concerns that we've heard, which include that either the LNPs or the spike protein do not remain at the injection site or might stay in the body for an extended period of time.
Thank you. Can I jump in there? I just know where you're going. Because I read the papers about this.
Yes, so you have come across studies that
yes.
say that. Okay, thank you.
We're very interested to know about this. Unfortunately, there's been a misreading of some of the high-quality work done in this area because the lipids are made of lipid. And the tracer chemical that was used to follow the lipid, of course, it gets broken down, but they are just lipids that can, and it's just the tracer that people are following that goes to other parts of the body because the body recycles and reuses fats and lipids for its own purposes, but it's not any different from any other part. It's not as though it's contaminated or in any way dangerous. It's just a normal lipid, like if you eat butter, if you eat mutton fat or something like that. It's just joins the party of building our body.
So I guess if I can summarise, you have seen some papers about this, but your expert opinion is that they've been misinterpreted a little in this, and it doesn't cause you alarm or concern.
Yes, and I was actually disappointed that people have used those studies to cause, and I'm sure the authors of those papers have been disappointed to see how it's been used to alarm people because it wouldn't take much as a scientist to realise they're talking about the lifetime of the tracer, not the lifetime of the lipid nanoparticle, the LNP particle in the body. It just dissolved it pretty quickly. Otherwise, the vaccine wouldn't work.
If I may, I might take you through a few of the other concerns that we've heard today and through previous evidence to the Commission. One particularly strong concern was about the overall speed at which this vaccine was able to be developed relative to development of other vaccines over time. And can you speak to that and potentially the clinical trial processes?
Yeah. I'd like to speak to it in a couple of different ways. First of all, New Zealand has always been privileged. New Zealanders have always had a privileged life. I'm not going to get narky with them, but most medicines are well trialled and been through lots of people and volunteers overseas. So we get a lovely medicine always served up to us. This time, with the COVID pandemic, in real time, New Zealanders were part of that whole process. It wasn't sped up, just that we've normally been quite spoilt in the way medicines deliver. Just make that one point. Second point, yes, thank goodness all effort was to make this the fastest process, but not, but I would make the point. What happened was a lot of resources were put in front of the scientists and drug manufacturers to make this a seamless process between phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials. All resources to make sure that, because normally what happens is they torture the drug companies in a way to make the vaccine. Let's have a look at it for a year or two. Then we do that, the next phase, phase 2, and then we'll look at the results. And then we had, the world community of scientists could not wait for the 3 to 4 years, which is traditionally done for vaccines against organisms which we already know much about. We did not know about this organism. We needed a vaccine as quick as possible. So global effort was put in to make sure that the clinical trials were done very carefully. So I think there's 60,000 people done in the phase 2 clinical trial. It was done the regulations, the manufacture of the vaccine, all the issues around the contamination that could have happened from DNA, RNA, other things creeping to the system, were all done very carefully. The scale-up manufacturing, absolutely rigorously tested. If I think I could just go through to you, what happens is there was a lot of work done initially with the COVID long before 2019 about coronavirus spike proteins because of the SARS-CoV-1, etc. People were really terrified that this thing could come back in a really mutant form and kill a lot of people. So a lot of research had already been done. A vaccine was designed, several vaccines were designed around with messenger RNA around the spike protein. I think only one involved a membrane component, and that's the one we have. That worked. All the others didn't really work. Then it's tested in cells, tested in mice under a very cold controlled situation to test whether does it integrate with DNA, does it do things that we don't expect. Every part of the immune system, every part of a mammalian organism that actually could be affected by the vaccine were tested in those preclinical studies. Done very carefully, before even approaching a first-in-man trial, where human volunteers were then tested, and then every aspect of those human volunteers was tested to make sure, before going to the next phase of several hundreds and thousands of people, to make sure the vaccine was safe, make sure the vaccine did what it was supposed to do, which was to make a neutralizing antibody against the virus. Really important, very careful process. At the same time, the drug companies that were being commissioned to make the vaccine were being rigorously tested and evaluated. Could they make a small batch of vaccine? Could they make a scaled-up version? Because it's quite a different game to make a large batch of vaccine for millions of people versus making a small number of vaccines for a few mice. That's quite a different game. So there's a lot of parallel processes to make sure globally some vaccines that could work were made available for the global population.
When it was sped up to enable that to happen fast, is there any risk associated that we don't get to see potential longer-term effects?
Very good question. I think people need to understand, when you had something like the pandemic, we didn't know we had a virus that was evolving, still evolving. We didn't know what other diseases it could cause. It infects your whole body. You've got to remember that. You go through phase 1, phase 2, 3, release, start protecting people, start protecting your vulnerable people. There's a phase 4, which means when you're testing millions and millions of people, you're always looking for those very rare individuals who may have a funny immune system or very rare life history or may have co-infections, very rare co-infections. All sorts of funny things start to pop up when you vaccinate thousands or millions of people. And that's phase 4. And so there's a whole process set up. That's what, the adverse reactions registries, which now a lot of anti-vaxxers are poring over with some glee. That's what they're all about. They've been set up by the system, by the governments, by the drug companies to make sure something isn't being missed, that it couldn't be a population which could be vulnerable to the ill effects of the vaccine.
So we've heard about those systems today, and particularly concerns that they have shown thousands of adverse reactions to the Pfizer mRNA vaccine in particular.
We have to define what adverse reactions. I'm sorry, I'm just excited now. I've got to jump in there. But adverse reactions come in many different colours and phases. It could be a bruise, it could be a red spot, or it could be that you feel dizzy for a week. There's a lot of adverse reactions, and it's really critical that they all get reported, because we shouldn't be so arrogant that we can understand it could lead to something else down the track. We know that viruses, when they infect you, for example, they can have quite tragic sequelae later, 10 years later. So we're always monitoring in the future.
And is it true to say that after the rollout of the vaccine, even in New Zealand, we did learn of some of those adverse impacts, including myocarditis from the vaccine? We don't want to go into the details of that. It's one of the
tough things to deal with, and you've got facing a pandemic with an unknown virus, which obviously could kill people, young and old people. You roll it out, and sometimes people do strange things in their lives, and the vaccine may coordinate with that and cause problems, or some people may be vulnerable to the effects of stimulating the immune system at that phase of their life. And we find that young men, and there was cases of another COVID vaccine, the AstraZeneca one, where there's certain ladies or vulnerable to a sort of a blood clotting thing. But let's get real here. Very rare, billions of doses have gone out, and we're talking a few hundred actual cases. Now, I don't want to downplay the tragedy, etc. I'm just giving the reality. That is actually part of life.
I think, as you say, with some of those tragic situations, what we've heard a little bit across the time is a concern that these vaccines were delivered to otherwise healthy people that may not have otherwise faced those consequences. Yeah. Do you have any comment on that in terms of?
This is a very tough area, and I'm reluctant to get into it too much. One thing that comforts, well, I do think that you don't know what would have happened if they actually got the real virus. That there may have been some vulnerability to the real virus infection. Virus really does cause cardiac inflammation. The virus does cause major issues in the lungs. The virus does cause major issues for the cardiovascular system and in the brain. We've yet to see what the consequences of this COVID infection has for our bodies long term.
Just two quick follow-up questions on that. I think in the session, or a couple of sessions before you, we had some witnesses that cast doubt on the suggestion that that the virus could cause myocarditis at higher rates than the vaccine. Do you have any knowledge of studies in that area?
Well, yeah, I read everything. Well, not read everything. I can't say an arrogant thing to say. I try and keep up with things. I think that should be debated. Let's put it this way. That should, of course, if there's a genuine concern, that should be debated and scrutinised. And of course, all the cardiologists around, worth their salt around the world, are looking at those things. And now we have some wonderful tools to work out, has that person been affected that time or that time related to their cardiac event or not? Time will tell, and information will come in the future to see whether there's actually plausible or causal links, etc. Let's just wait.
So is it fair to say, and I think you mentioned at the beginning, that there are now thousands of post-vaccine studies being created
thousands
regularly?
Of post-vaccine studies, yeah.
So I guess, is it fair to say that there's things that we may yet be still to learn about impacts of the vaccine?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, and I think that's what Phase 4 is all about. And the drug companies sign up to it, who made the vaccine. The government's mandated that it has to happen. MedSafe, Pharmac, absolutely. That data must be collected on and on and on. All vaccines are under that regime. All medicines are under that regime as we speak. I think.
So, sorry, I'll just pause you. When you said then that the government mandated it, do you mean mandate collecting of the information as opposed to, we've been talking about vaccine mandates today, but not.
Out there. All medicines that we are receiving, based on Panadol, anything from Panadol to the new cancer medicines, of course, they're absolutely monitored to see who they may not work for. We are all individuals after all.
And I guess, on the other hand, is it also fair to say that there might be long-term effects of COVID that we are still, the disease itself as opposed to the vaccine, that we still...
I fear the long-term effects of COVID far more than the long-term effects of the vaccine. I think that people have to remember the vaccine stimulates an immune response in your arm, your draining lymph node, that's as far as it goes. And it makes a healthy immune response that actually protects all sites of your body. The COVID infection gets inside you, it affects all the cells lining your blood vessels, of your kidneys, of your heart, of your brain. That's a dangerous virus. I heard someone say before, oh, it's just another respiratory infection. No, it's not another respiratory infection. It's a virus that goes beyond the lung and deep into our bodies. It's excreted, we've monitored it in the sewage system. That tells you it systemically infects us. And later on, you need a good vasculature. Just think about heart disease, brain disease, dementia. We don't know what this pandemic will result in several years' time.
And we've heard some concerns that, similarly to COVID, the vaccine that allows our body to create spike proteins might also allow spike proteins to be created all through the different tissues of the body.
That's mad. I don't want to be crude or... no, that's not been shown to occur. Let me just say that. It's been scrutinised.
In the studies that you've
and
looked at.
Can I just tell you, FDA asks for all sorts of things like that. I have been on a drug development program, and it can be quite ridiculous, some of the things they ask you to scrutinise to make sure when you have a new medicine going out, to make sure it's really safe and doesn't do something that no one hasn't thought of.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask you about one other area of concern that we've heard about before we finish up, and this is about the residual DNA, so not the mRNA itself, but as I understand it, the plasmid DNA that's involved in the creation of the virus, and that there's some of that DNA also injected into our body along with the mRNA vaccine, and concerns about the effect that might have, including whether it could be a cause of cancer.
Yeah, these are the issues for the manufacturers, and so we have a process called GMP, Good Manufacturing Practice, and anyone making a vaccine or a medicine, a lot of medicines are made in cells where there can be DNA from the cells, or it could be animal cells and things like that. They absolutely have to meet very stringent criteria that there's only a very small percentage of DNA from, say, a host cell, for instance, in a vaccine formulation. In the case of the messenger RNA vaccines, that's bacterial plasmid DNA. It's very easy to test for. It's very easy to get the level of contamination. You can make batches of RNA, and some could be heavily contaminated and some not. But you have to have good analytical systems to make sure that you don't confuse RNA from DNA. They're two different chemicals. It's actually very hard sometimes to see the difference. And I think there's been a couple of papers which have been misinterpreted or badly done, claiming there's a lot of DNA contamination in an RNA formulation. Yes, you can make a sloppy RNA formulation, but the vaccine RNA is actually stringently go through stringent things where independent groups have to test each batch of the vaccine as it's been made, as it goes through scale-up, to make sure that it fulfills all the criteria around levels of DNA contamination, levels of other kinds of contamination, before it's released, that incredible word, before it's released for public use.
And so if things do go through this system and they've met the tests, there still can be some residual DNA? Is that the situation?
You can never say never, and it depends what you define as DNA. There could be some DNA bases, very short sequence, which are completely harmless. I think what some people are worried about, and if I could just draw my old ancient history, is large pieces of DNA that could contain a whole gene. People talk about genetically modifying something and things like that. There was a case of a polio vaccine back in the 60s. People in New Zealand were dying of polio. The public was absolutely banging on the door of the government, get a polio vaccine. And so we bought, unfortunately, a cheap polio vaccine at the time. It was contaminated with SV40 DNA. And so there's a whole lot of people in New Zealand who were given the polio vaccine with SV40 DNA. Nothing has happened, and that is large chunks of DNA. But so far, in a vaccine formulation, we have no indication that it has a way of getting into the body and transforming. Just to reassure people, DNA from bacteria and viruses, it's actually recognized by a level B, level C kind of defense mechanism of our body. We can see what bacterial DNA looks like, and we dissolve it. We have enzymes in our cells that kill off that DNA, and the same for RNA. We don't like viral RNA either.
Thank you. I guess there's just another phrase that we've heard again today that's related, but that this particular technology with its mRNA is not a vaccine, but an injection of genetic material. Do you have any comment on that?
I think that's playing with words. Measles vaccine, which is a highly effective vaccine and saves kids' lives, contains the RNA, the ability to transcribe things. I think that we have DNA viruses. I just think that's mischievous. I just don't think we should credit that.
So there are other vaccines that use genetic material in what might be considered traditional vaccines.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just in the last few minutes, I'll turn to commissioners to see if you want to ask any further questions.
Professor, I do have a couple of questions for you. At one or two points in your evidence, you've expressed a reluctance to get into some issues. Some people might interpret that as hiding something. Can you just explain why you're reluctant to get into some issues?
Because I think because can be very emotional. You need time to really specify what the words you're using to describe RNA, for instance. RNA means a lot of things to a lot of different people. So you need to be quite scientific and be very specific and really define things down. You can't do it in a soundbite. So I'm just reluctant to get into sound bites and spitting things out, etc. like that. I think it's more about, I'm very happy to have a deep and meaningful discussion or debate, and I wish actually there could be more opportunity to debate some of these scientific things if people are interested. We do it all the time at our conferences. We argue vociferously, but open it up to the public. It'd be great.
Right. And so there's an issue about the length of time and detail that you would need to go into in order to explain some things properly.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not that you're trying to hide anything.
No. I think that the world gets reduced to sound bites, and I'm just reluctant to start throwing darts. I can throw darts at people, but I'd like to have a proper forum where we can actually do it in a scientific, disciplined way, where you can specify, like lawyers do. Let's define what we're talking about, and then just work through how using those definitions, what we're talking about, the relationships between those various things. I think that's a fair thing, and I would welcome that. I think that's really important. But it's not to have slugging matches about who can outsmart who with a few cute words.
Just in relation to RNA, we're talking here in the community vaccines about mRNA. Is there any room for confusion about that term, given that we sometimes hear about mitochondrial RNA?
Oh, okay, yes.
Can we just clarify that, please?
Yeah. So messenger RNA is a very specific thing. It's a very specific kind of chemical entity. It's got certain structures and features very different from the mitochondria, or if you like, ribosomal RNA. I would actually want to mention that, which is actually almost a structural element of a cell, and where protein is made. And it's called RNA, but it's very different from messenger RNA. It's got very different behaviours. It's very long-lived, whereas messenger RNA is designed to be a messenger. And it's the danger of getting into using acronyms like LMPs, etc., that we start to debase the discussion by relying on very, very broad acronyms, because it means a lot of things to different people.
So in relation to the non-traditional vaccines, we're talking about messenger RNA?
Yes.
And in what sense is the RNA a messenger in this situation?
It takes in this situation, we've given, it's a messenger for a piece of viral protein, which is the virus uses to enter cells. And by putting it in the way of our immune system, the immune system makes neutralizing antibodies and neutralizing T cells that can actually neutralize it when the virus comes into the body to attack the body.
Just so that we try to get a clear explanation on this for people who may be attempting to follow it. The virus has a central component, and on the outside of the virus, there's a spike protein.
Yeah. Yes.
And am I right in thinking that the messenger RNA recreates the spike protein, but not the central component of the virus?
Yeah, exactly. It's a very truncated version which can only do one job, make that spike protein, which we need to make the immune response to be safe from the virus.
So when the real virus comes along and tries to enter a cell, it does so using the spike protein?
Yes.
And there's quite a technical explanation, which I'm sure you could give us, but we'll avoid that, as to how it does that. But is it your evidence that the mRNA vaccine causes the cell to recognize that spike protein and treat it as foreign?
The immune system seeing it on the surface of the recipient cell.
Right.
So you've got to imagine, you put in the LNP containing the RNA, it gets taken up by dendritic cells. I should say, I don't want to get into the detail because there is some discussion which cells it goes into. People talk just to make it simple, muscle cells, but actually there's a specialized set of immune cells that sweeps our bodies called dendritic cells. They take up the messenger RNA vaccine and actually deliver it to the lymph node. And they're the ones that actually really put it on their surface and tell, hey, immune system, this is what you need to be making an immune response to. This is foreign. And that's actually how it's done.
So if the spike protein is all that's introduced by the vaccine and not the virus itself,
nothing else can be made.
Then we can't contract the virus from the vaccine.
No, it's impossible.
So in terms of safety, the important thing presumably is that the spike protein doesn't harm the body.
The spike, once again, it comes down to names. The spike protein is actually not something people imagine a spike that hurts something, because I think there's been a lot of misinformation that we're full of spike protein that can then degrade our kidneys. It's actually a very tricky little molecule, and it's actually not so much like a spike. It's once again where I have a problem with scientists being too enthusiastic about their science. It's a clever little shapeshifter that actually hides from the immune system normally. That's why when you just put a whole virus in, you don't often make a very good immune response to. And it sort of unfolds itself and cozies up. It's more a cozy molecule. We much better, they called it the cozy molecule, the cozy protein. And it just cozies up and enables to increase the affinity for the virus to get inside the cell. Right. So the idea of spike circulating around our body and spiking everything up is a complete misnomer and misinformation.
Right. So given your lengthy experience in this field and your studies of the COVID-19 or the SARS-CoV-19 2 virus, what is your view now, after all of the time that's gone by, about the safety of being vaccinated?
Oh, it's going to be called our safest vaccine we've ever made. If you look at now the billions of doses given with this vaccine, and the safety profile has been fantastic. I'm sorry for those people out there who don't want to believe that, but the safety profile compared to any other vaccine is amazing, and the efficacy in protecting people from serious disease, protecting our young people from serious disease, it has just been tremendous. It's an actually, I just think it's an amazing human endeavour what's been created. Can I just actually add, I just thought I should add conflict of interest, because I see a lot of people's opinions have been demeaned because people say, oh, they work for a drug company or this and that. I should actually just point out, I'm not employed by anyone, I'm retired, I'm not working for a drug company, I'm not on anyone's payroll. I volunteer work as a trustee of the Mulligan Institute of Medical Research, just to make sure, so clear, before we have, oh, he's working in the cahoots with the drug company. I'm not, I never have been.
Right. Now, we heard you talk about contamination as a result of DNA. Some people suggest that there's residual DNA in the vials that are used. What do you say about that again?
Just to go through that, you make the plasmid DNA is used to make the RNA, and then it's purified away, and then there's enzymes which are specific for DNA, which can be used to degrade today to really get it down to really small levels. There are the purification columns and reverse dialysis. There's a whole lot of purification processes that people like William Rolleston down at South Pacific Sierra really spend their whole life and resources on, purifying the thing that you want, which is the RNA, away from all the other things that were used to make the RNA in the first place. And that's a very normal process. And independent groups, independent agencies are used to test each batch and each stage of the batch to make sure there's no DNA contamination.
Some groups think that the original manufacturing process, which resulted in the Pfizer virus being approved in the US, was a different process to make the scaled-up version of the vaccine. What do you say about that?
I think that is, I'd like to know what detail they're referring to in there, because, of course, when you make a big batch of something for billions or millions of people, it's different from making 100 or 300 where you do different levels of quality control. I'm not surprised. I don't understand what the concern would be. And in fact, as you learn how to make something like this, you put the regulatory authorities have to put more and more controls in as they learn more about the process. So I think that's part of the normal evolution of making a good vaccine.
Do you have any concern about the scaling up of the vaccine into large quantities than were originally tested?
I think that if we're comparing RNA vaccines versus the traditional vaccines, like look at like with the Chinese vaccine, many thousands of litres vats of virus had to be made and purified from cells versus a 40-litre batch for the RNA for the same number of people. The levels of purification you have to do for those old traditional vaccines is far worse, far more difficult, full of far more contaminants than the new. I think the RNA process is going to win out because it's so much easier to deliver cheaply. And remember, cost is a big thing, and actually safer and full of less contaminants than the traditional vaccines made the traditional ways with cell lines and infecting cells and infecting chicken embryos.
In terms of the unintended consequences of vaccination, we now know that there are some serious side effects for some people. Tell us, please, what you consider those established side effects are.
I think the cardiomyopathy is actually a very important thing for young men. That seems to be important. I think, depending with the RNA vaccines, I should ask, what are we talking about? RNA vaccines?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's the one that's come through. I think that depending on the dosing, the vaccine formulation can stimulate in some very sensitive people, and some people have certain genetic conditions and stuff where they have aberrant immune cells. We're finding out those people, they need to be treated very carefully if they are being vaccinated. And we're finding out what those special interest groups are, as with all medicines. And I think that if you think you've got a potential for a condition like that, you talk to your doctor and you get treated specially to make sure that you don't react in a strange way. And there's all sorts of medications to help calm an overreactive immune system if you have that kind of immune system when getting any vaccine.
Do you accept that anaphylaxis can be a side effect of the mRNA vaccine?
That's we don't have time to go there because I'm a bit of an expert on the anaphylaxis way because I specialise in Th2 immune responses, Ig, etc. It's actually not great at making traditional, what we define as anaphylaxis. That's not a fair statement from the anti-vaccine lobby group. I think that there's room for understanding that the vaccine can stimulate the inflammatory part of the immune response to excessive degrees in some case and cause some really poor feelings, and people have described feeling unwell for days and months, and that I'm perfectly willing to accept. But anaphylaxis and stimulating Ig immune responses to have a genuine systemic anaphylaxis due to IgA-mediated immunity, I really find difficult to believe from all the data we've seen so far.
Finally then, you said in the course of your evidence that there's a need to engage to discuss things together.
Yes.
You've heard people say that debate and discussion was shut down during the course of the pandemic. Do you accept that there was a shutting down of debate and discussion?
When you have a public health crisis, and I'm a little bit outside my train tracks here, but the government of the day had to consider all the issues, what they're dealing with. They know how the hospital system is geared up to deal with really sick people. They know the effect on the economy. They know the number of people and groups that could be vulnerable who are in old care homes. That's a political decision about all the elements that a pandemic virus coming in unknown, and that's their role to make that decision, not my role, is what I'd say.
So if debate is shut down temporarily for the greater good. Would you support that?
If they're dealing with the right evidence, yes. Yeah.
And so the crucial question is, what evidence did they have before?
I think there was sufficient evidence supplied. The vaccine manufacturers, there were well-published clinical studies of the 60,000 people that received the virus before we even started thinking about getting that vaccine. I think there's a lot of evidence out there, and I don't understand why that was ignored when we actually had some very well-done trials to show how that vaccine worked, what it delivered, and how safe it was.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. LeGros. I think we're just going to end with a karakia to end the day.
Unuhi atu rā te pūtake o ngā kōrero I te wānanga. Unuhi atu rā te hautapu ariki. Tēnei rā te whakairi ake I te tapu o tēnei huinga I tēnei rā. Kia iri kia pai tara whare. Moa pōpō tīkina atu anō ai tūturu whakamaua kia tīna. Tīna hui e, tā iki e.